The Other Wife. By Aressa. Chapter 1. Everything in its place. The coffee was ready at 7:14. Mika knew this without checking the clock because she had set the machine the night before, as she always did, with the same quiet efficiency she brought to most things: the filters, the grounds measured to the half-gram, the timer adjusted for the fact that Sunday mornings ran 4 minutes slower than weekday mornings in this apartment, which she had determined empirically over the course of their 3 years here and accepted as a fixed condition of the space, like the way the third floorboard from the bathroom door creaked or the way afternoon light hit the kitchen counter at an angle that made everything look briefly golden and then didn't. She poured her cup before the machine had quite finished and listened to it hiss its mild complaint and stood at the counter and looked out at the street. Sunday. The city was doing its Sunday thing, slower, softer at the edges, the particular quality of morning light that suggested everyone had agreed, collectively, to begin a little later. A man walked a very old dog past the building. Someone on the floor above was playing music she couldn't quite identify, something with a lot of piano. A cab sat at the corner with its light off. She drank her coffee. The apartment was clean. It was always clean, but on Sunday mornings it achieved a specific quality of order that Mika found genuinely satisfying: every surface clear, the throw blanket on the couch folded with its edge aligned to the cushion seam, the stack of books on the coffee table arranged by height because there was no reason not to. She had done none of this consciously. It had simply happened the way it always happened, her hands finding disorder and correcting it while the rest of her was elsewhere, thinking about something else or thinking about nothing at all. Cole was in the other room. She could hear him, the low murmur of something on his phone, the shift of weight on the mattress. He was a late sleeper on weekends, which she had once found charming and now found simply characteristic, one of the many things she knew about him, the way you know the dimensions of a room you've lived in long enough, not because you measured it, but because you have stopped running into the walls. 7 years. 3 married. She had been 25 when they met at a rooftop party she hadn't wanted to go to, thrown by a colleague she barely liked, and Cole had handed her a drink she didn't ask for and said something dry about the view, and she had laughed, genuinely, in a way she hadn't expected. He was easy, Cole. Easy in the way of someone who moved through the world without bracing for it, and she had found that remarkable then, and then familiar, and then she wasn't sure when it had become simply the weather. She set her cup down on the counter and noticed that it left a ring on the marble, which she wiped immediately with the cloth she kept folded over the handle of the oven door. His phone was face down on the counter. She noticed this because she noticed things. It was not a deliberate skill, or rather, it had once been deliberate and had long since become automatic, like the way a surgeon's hands remember their training even when the mind is elsewhere. She noticed the phone because it was face down and his phone was usually face up because Cole had no particular habit of concealment and never had, or hadn't, or she had not noticed that he had, which were 3 different things, and she did not spend time deciding which was true. She did not pick it up. She refilled her coffee and moved to the living room and sat in the chair by the window, the one that got the best morning light. She had a book open on the side table. She was always, technically, in the middle of a book, and she picked it up and found her page and read 3 sentences before she realized she had read them already, yesterday, and retained nothing of them, and read them again and retained nothing still. She put the book down. Through the bedroom door she could hear Cole shift again. A pause. The low, brief sound of a text notification, and then the particular quality of silence that followed it, which was different from the silence before it in a way she couldn't have articulated but felt, the way you feel a pressure change before rain. She picked up her book. Morning. Cole was in the doorway, in the gray t-shirt he always slept in, hair unbrushed, looking sleep-warm and familiar. He smiled at her, the easy Cole smile, the one she had first noticed at the rooftop party, uncalculated and open, and she smiled back because that was what you did, because it cost her nothing, because she loved him in the uncomplicated way she had always loved him, which was to say completely and without drama and without quite knowing, anymore, what it was made of. "Coffee's ready," she said. "I know, you're a marvel." He crossed to the kitchen. She heard the cabinet, the pour. "Anything on today?" she called. "Might see Seb later." "You?" "Gia, probably. She owes me lunch." "Tell her I said." He reappeared with his mug and stood in the middle of the living room doing what he often did on Sunday mornings, which was exist in a room without quite landing in it, as if he were waiting to decide where he wanted to be. She watched him. He had a quality, Cole, she had noticed it more lately, or had been noticing it differently lately, which was the same thing, a quality of being slightly elsewhere. Present in the room and elsewhere at the same time. She had put it down to the project he was managing, which was running 3 weeks over and had been absorbing him in ways work usually didn't. She had put it down to a lot of things, in the way that you put things down when you're not yet ready to pick them up and look at them properly. The frame's crooked, she said. He looked at the wall. The small framed print above the bookshelf, nothing remarkable, a minimalist piece she'd had since before they met, was tilted a degree or two to the left. She could see it from where she was sitting, had been able to see it since yesterday, had been watching it without addressing it in the way that small things sometimes wait. Is it? Cole squinted at it. Looks fine to me. She stood up and crossed to it and straightened it with 2 fingers. Stood back. Considered it. It was already level, Cole said, not unkindly. She looked at it. He was almost right. It had been very nearly level before she touched it. She had made it level now, which was a different thing, and she was not certain there was a practical difference, but she was certain that there was a difference. It's fine now, she said. She sat back down. Cole finished his coffee and disappeared into the bedroom again, and she heard the shower start, and she picked up her book and found her page and this time read the whole paragraph and understood none of it, and outside the man with the old dog was gone and the piano upstairs had shifted to something else, something slower. She sat in her clean apartment with her precisely prepared coffee and her open book and she was nearly certain, fine. His phone was still face down on the counter. She did not look at it. She thought about the anniversary dinner Thursday, the reservation was made, the restaurant chosen, the small and particular pleasure of a plan executed in advance. 7 years. She thought she should feel something large about that and found she felt something medium, which was comfortable, which was sufficient, which was what long and stable things became when they had been long and stable for long enough. This was not a complaint. This was just what it was. The shower ran. She straightened a stack of magazines on the coffee table that did not need straightening and told herself she was not anxious and was not anxious, she was certain, only alert in the way she was always alert, which was a constitutional trait and nothing more. Her coffee had gone slightly cold. She drank it anyway. Everything was in its place. She had made sure of it. Chapter 2, A Good Wife. The risotto took 40 minutes if you did it properly, and Dianne always did it properly. This was not a point of pride so much as a point of practice. She had learned early that cooking was one of the few things where the effort was entirely visible in the result, where you could not shortcut the stirring or rush the wine or decide the shallots were close enough and have it come out right. People thought cooking was intuitive. Dianne knew it was faith. You stood at the stove and you added the stock 1 ladle at a time and you trusted that if you kept doing the right things in the right order, it would become what it was supposed to be. She had made this particular risotto 23 times. She knew this because she kept a small notebook in the kitchen drawer where she noted what she cooked for company and what she changed each time, and the risotto had accumulated 23 entries over 4 years of dinner parties, each with a small variation flagged and a small note on the result. Tonight's would be the 24th. She had added preserved lemon. She thought it would work. Smells incredible, said Monica Adler, appearing in the kitchen doorway with her wine glass. 20 minutes, Dianne said. Go be sociable. I have it. Monica, who was Jerome's youngest sister and who treated their home with the comfortable familiarity of someone who had been invited enough times to stop knocking, leaned against the doorframe and refused to move. I am being sociable. I'm socializing with you. You're watching me stir. It's meditative. Dianne laughed. She was good at this, at the easy warmth of it, at making the kitchen feel like the place people wanted to end up even when the living room was full. She had been good at it since her mother's house, since she was 8 years old and understood that the kitchen was where the real conversations happened, where the formality of the table hadn't settled in yet and people said true things because their hands were busy and they weren't looking at each other directly. She added stock. She stirred. Through the pass-through she could see the living room, Jerome at the head of the conversation cluster, which was where he always was, his voice carrying the specific cadence of someone making a point he was confident in. He was good at dinner parties in a different way than she was, where she warmed the room, he commanded it, and together they produced the particular alchemy of an evening that felt both effortless and considered. People always said, afterward, that the Adlers threw the best dinners. Dianne always accepted this and knew that she and Jerome meant different things by it. He glanced across the room and found her watching him and smiled. She smiled back. It was a warm smile, Jerome's. She had loved it for 6 years, that specific upward curl, quick and real, the one he saved for her across crowded rooms. She read it, as she always read it, as, "I see you. I know you're there." She had always thought that was what love looked like in practice, the being seen across a room, the small flag of acknowledgement that said "I know where you are" without requiring a word. She turned back to the risotto. "Is Petra coming?" Monica asked. She said 8:30. "She'll be late." "She's always late. Jerome hates that." "Jerome hates a lot of things punctually," Dianne said, which made Monica laugh, which was the right response, the one she had calibrated the comment for without quite thinking about the calibration. She was good at that too. Knowing what a room needed and providing it at the right moment, which was not performance so much as a deeply ingrained instinct for social weather. She had always been able to feel when the temperature of a room was dropping and adjust before anyone else noticed. She tasted the risotto. Added salt. Added a little more. This was what she was good at. She had thought about this, in the idle way she thought about most things, while driving, while waiting for files to load at the studio, in that 20-minute window between waking and properly waking when her mind ran without friction. She was good at loving people. At making them feel like the room got warmer when they arrived, at remembering the small things that made people feel held, the drink orders, the follow-up questions, the specific way each person needed to be asked how they were. Jerome said she was too much, sometimes. Not cruelly, it wasn't in Jerome to be cruel about something he'd said himself. He said it affectionately, the way you'd say someone was too much about a quality you found both exhausting and essential. Too warm, too attentive, too present. She had always thought he was wrong. You could not be too present for the people you loved. That was the whole point of it. She plated the risotto. The dinner was good. She knew it was good the way she always knew, not from the compliments, though there were compliments, specific and genuine ones, the kind people made when they meant them, but from the quality of the table. The way the conversation kept circling back instead of moving linearly on. The way Monica and Jerome's colleague, whose name she'd been given 3 times and kept losing, ended up in a 20-minute side conversation about documentary filmmaking that had nothing to do with anything but everything to do with the specific freedom of a table where people felt comfortable enough to wander. Jerome refilled her wine glass without asking. A small thing. She noticed it. She was, she thought, happy. She sat at the table she had set, in the home she had furnished, among people she had invited and fed, next to the man she loved, and she was happy. The word sat in her chest comfortably, the way a word does when you have held it often enough that it's settled into the shape of you. Except. She finished the thought before she could stop it, except sometimes, late in an evening like this one, she caught herself watching Jerome and feeling, not dissatisfied, nothing so clear as that. Something more like the feeling of looking at a photograph that is very good and realizing you can't remember the moment it captured. Like happiness described rather than felt. Like the aftertaste of something without the taste of the thing itself. She picked up her wine. Across the table, Jerome was laughing at something Monica had said. His laugh was real, she knew his real laugh, had catalogued the difference between his social laugh and his real one over 6 years of careful, involuntary attention, and she watched him and felt a wash of genuine warmth for him, uncomplicated and true. She loved him. She was certain of this. She loved him the way she had always loved the people she chose to love, wholly, with her whole self, everything fully committed. She had always thought this was her best quality. Later, after the plates were cleared and the guests had filed out into the night with their full stomachs and their carried-forward conversations, after Monica had hugged her twice and promised to text about the recipe and Jerome had seen everyone to the door with his usual easy warmth, after all of it, Dianne stood at the sink and washed the risotto pan by hand because it needed it and because she had never been able to leave a kitchen messy at the end of an evening. It bothered something fundamental in her. She washed. She hummed, without choosing to hum, something low and tuneless. Jerome had gone to bed. He often went to bed before she finished the kitchen, which was fine, which she had never minded, which was simply the rhythm of their evenings. He worked early. She was a night person. These were known and accommodated facts of their marriage the way all the known and accommodated facts were: the risotto notebook, the memory of drink orders, the way she always made sure every person in a room felt seen. She rinsed the pan and set it to dry. She was happy. The words sat in her chest. She turned it over, examined it the way she sometimes examined things without meaning to, and found that it was mostly true. Mostly. There was something underneath it that she could not quite name, some faint asymmetry, a picture frame that was almost level but not quite. She didn't look at it directly. She dried her hands on the kitchen towel and turned off the light and went to bed. She decided, happy. Jerome had said she was too much, and she had always thought he was wrong about that. She still thought so, falling asleep. She thought so. Chapter 3, 7 years. The restaurant was Cole's choice, which was how she knew he felt guilty about something. Mika didn't examine this conclusion too closely. Cole chose restaurants twice a year, for her birthday and for their anniversary, and both times he chose somewhere nicer than necessary and seemed pleased with himself about it, and both times the niceness of the restaurant corresponded, she had noticed, to whatever he had been distracted about in the weeks preceding it. The Guilt restaurant was not a new phenomenon. She had simply never applied the label out loud. This one was Italian, quietly excellent, the kind of place that didn't need to perform its quality. She had been once before, 2 years ago, for a colleague's promotion celebration, and she had remembered it because the food was exactly what it claimed to be and the lighting made everyone look like they were in the middle of a good decade. The maitre d' recognized Cole, which meant Cole had been here before without her, which was fine, which was simply information. "You look beautiful," Cole said, across the table, and meant it in the easy way he meant most things. "You look nice too." He did. He always did. Cole had the kind of face that held up well, strong jaw, warm eyes, the sort of looks that improved with age rather than fading from whatever peak they'd arrived at. She had thought, when she met him, that he was almost too handsome, the kind of handsome that made people lazy because they didn't have to work at being noticed. She had been wrong about that. Cole worked, in his way, at most things. They ordered. She got the pasta because she always got the pasta here. He got the fish and then changed to the pasta and then changed back to the fish. She watched this without comment because she had watched it for 7 years and it was entirely characteristic, Cole deliberating over small choices the way he rarely deliberated over large ones. He was decisive about what mattered, or at least about what he had decided mattered, and negotiated everything else with the mild good humor of someone who understood the stakes were low. The wine came. It was good. She noted this without dwelling on it. 7 years, he said, lifting his glass. 7 years, she agreed. They clinked. She thought about the rooftop party, which she always thought about on their anniversary, which she suspected she would think about for the rest of her life regardless of what happened, because it was the kind of moment that got stamped into you, the drink she didn't ask for, his dry comment about the view, the specific quality of his attention that had made her feel, for the first time in a long time, like she was interesting. Cole had always made her feel interesting. It was possibly his best quality. She had a type, Gia had told her once, drunk and affectionate at a bar. You're attracted to people who pay attention to you. Like really pay attention. Because you pay attention to everyone and most people don't notice you doing it, and Cole noticed. It was not a criticism. It was, Gia had said, an extremely specific and possibly inconvenient thing to be attracted to, because people who pay attention were rare and you'd had the bad luck of finding one early. She thought about that now, watching him read the menu he had already ordered from. "How's the project?" she said. "Getting there." He looked up. "Sorry, I know I've been distracted." "You're always distracted by the third week over. Unflattering that you have data on this." "I have data on everything," she said. "It's a condition." He smiled. And there it was again, the thing about Cole she had always found disarming, the way his smile was immediate and unguarded and made you feel like you were the person who had caused it, specifically, like it was a smile assembled just for you and couldn't have existed otherwise. She loved him. She was sure she loved him. The specific shape of it had changed over 7 years the way the shape of most long-term things changed, settling from something bright and demanding into something quieter and load-bearing, something you noticed less and depended on more. That was not a diminishment. That was what love became when it survived long enough. His phone buzzed on the table. He glanced at it, a reflex, not a choice, and then turned it face down. She noticed the turn. She noticed the barely there adjustment in his posture, the slight shift that was not quite tension and not quite ease. She filed it. She did not remark on it because it was a dinner for their anniversary and she was not, she had decided, going to remark on things tonight. She had a gift, her mother had told her once, for remarking on things at the wrong moment. She was practicing restraint. "Tell me something good," she said. He looked at her. The question was an old one between them. She had started it, years ago, when she'd noticed that their dinners were drifting toward debrief rather than conversation, and he had picked it up with the same easy willingness he brought to most of her requests. It meant, not work, not logistics, not the maintenance conversation. Something real. "I saw a kid today," Cole said, "on the subway. Maybe 10 years old. He was reading Dune. The actual book, not a comic or a graphic novel, just the actual Dune, which is, I don't know, at 10 that book destroyed me. I wanted to ask him where he was in it." He laughed, real, easy, and she felt the warmth of it, the uncomplicated pleasure of a shared language, the thing that 7 years built that you couldn't have had on the rooftop with the drink she didn't ask for, the thing that made long love its own category distinct from early love. He excused himself once, briefly, phone in hand, returning with a slightly different quality of attention, as if the room had tilted a fraction of a degree that only she could detect. She did not ask. She thought about asking. She thought about the phone, face down on the counter that morning, the text notification in the shower's wake, the way silence could have different textures. She asked for more wine instead. Later, the fish arrived and it was exactly as she remembered, and Cole ate with the specific pleasure of someone who had made the right choice in the end. And they talked about Portugal and Gia and the project that was 3 weeks over and a film they'd both been meaning to watch and the floorboard in the hall that creaked and kept creaking because neither of them had gotten around to calling the super. They talked easily and warmly, with the comfort of people who had learned each other thoroughly, and she thought, this is not nothing. This is, in fact, a great deal. He excused himself a second time. She sat alone at the table with her wine and the ambient piano of the restaurant and she allowed herself to do what she had been not doing all evening, which was to think directly about the phone face down on the counter, and the quality of silence after the text, and the slight elsewhere quality that had been following Cole around for, how long, she thought. 6 weeks? 8? She had not been counting. She had been filing. He came back. He sat. He said sorry, work thing, and she said of course, and they split the tiramisu because they always split the dessert, and he said Jerome once in the middle of a sentence about something logistical, caught himself, and corrected it smoothly to someone from the office. She heard the correction. She reached for her wine and felt, under the warmth and the good food and the 7 years, the particular quality of knowing something without yet deciding to know it. Like a room you've entered in the dark and can feel the shape of but haven't turned the light on yet. She knew the shape. She could feel it perfectly well. She chose not to turn the light on. Not tonight. Cole paid the bill. He was thoughtful about it, the way he was thoughtful about most things, adding a tip that was exactly right. They took a cab home, and she leaned into him in the back seat, and he put his arm around her and pressed a kiss to the top of her head, and she felt the warmth of that and did not examine what else she felt underneath it. They went to bed. He fell asleep quickly, the way he always did, and she lay on her side and stared at the strip of streetlight that came through the curtain gap and thought, I should ask him. She touched the inside of her wrist, 2 fingers, the way she sometimes did when she was trying to keep something from her face. She didn't ask. She stared at the ceiling. She thought about what her mother had said, you don't let people see you bleed. She thought about her mother, precise and elegant, making dinner the week after her father left with the same unhurried efficiency as always, as if grief were a room you walked through rather than one you could be locked in. She thought, I should ask. She thought, not yet. She closed her eyes. Eventually, she slept. Chapter 4, The Name in the Phone. She picked it up to check the time. This was the fact she returned to, later, when she was reconstructing it. Not snooping, she had never been a person who went through other people's phones, had always found the impulse both understandable and beneath her, a symptom of needing confirmation for something you already knew. She picked it up to check the time because her phone was in the bedroom and the coffee was ready and Cole had left his on the counter, unlocked, screen up, as he sometimes did when he was distracted. The screen was open to a message thread. She did not snoop. She put it down. She did this in approximately 3 seconds, which was long enough for her to read the visible message, and a third of the one above it, and the name at the top of the thread. Jerome. She set the phone back down, exactly where she had found it, in the precise orientation it had been in when she picked it up. She was careful about this. She stood at the counter and was careful. The kettle was boiling. She turned it off. She had read, Miss you. I keep thinking about Thursday. I can't stop thinking, and then she had put the phone down. She had read Miss you and she had read I keep thinking about Thursday. She had read I can't stop thinking and the rest of it had been cut off by the edge of the screen. She had not scrolled. She had set it down. She poured hot water over the tea bag she had set out and watched the color bloom into the water, a long slow darkening, and she thought, all right. All right. Her mind did what her mind always did under pressure. It organized. It said, you have one message. One message is not a pattern, it is a data point. A data point is not a conclusion. Conclusions required corroboration, context, a preponderance of evidence. She was a person who dealt in evidence. She did not make accusations from evidence she hadn't assembled yet. It said, Jerome. Jerome from the anniversary dinner. Jerome who was mentioned once and corrected back to someone from the office. Jerome who was, she ran the timeline fast and clinically, the way she ran all timelines, her memory doing what it always did, pulling up the filing with a speed that would have impressed her if she had been watching from outside. Jerome Adler. She had heard the name twice, 3 times maybe, over the past months, always briefly, always in the context of work, always with the slight quality of brevity that comes from deciding not to say more. She breathed. She was good at this, at staying inside the moment rather than catastrophizing into the next one, which was a discipline she had developed deliberately because catastrophizing was precisely the kind of loss of control she refused. She breathed and she held the one data point and she thought about what she needed next. She needed context. She needed a thread. Not one message, a thread. She needed a timeline. She needed to understand the shape of what she was looking at before she did anything with it. She did not touch his phone again. She carried her tea to the kitchen table and sat down and put her hands flat on the table surface, a grounding habit she had had since childhood and never broken. Cool marble. Solid. She felt it under her palms and she breathed and she thought, all right. You know what you know. You do not know what you don't know. You will find out what you don't know. That is what you do. Cole was in the shower. She could hear the pipes. She sat at the table and drank her tea and thought about what she knew. She knew the name Jerome. She knew the phrase miss you, which was not a phrase she would use with a colleague. She knew I keep thinking about Thursday, which suggested an event, a specific event, something that had already happened. She knew I can't stop, which was the beginning of something she could imagine completing in approximately 6 ways and exactly none of them were business casual. She thought about the anniversary dinner. The twice excused absence, phone in hand. The corrected sentence. The subtle elsewhere quality she had been filing and filing and filing for, how long, she thought, pulling the filing up. 8 weeks of the quality she had been attributing to the project. Before that, a gradualness, a change she had felt as weather before she had felt it as information. The shower stopped. She picked up her tea. She held it with both hands. She thought, you don't let people see you bleed. She heard her mother's voice say it and she held that too, along with everything else, and made a decision. She nodded and stood and carried her cup to the sink and rinsed it, and the performance of normalcy was effortless because she had been performing it for so long, because her mother had taught her the architecture of it, because she was very, very good at this particular thing. She went to the bedroom and sat on the edge of the bed and took out her own phone. She typed, Jerome. Then, Jerome plus Cole. Then, Jerome Adler, because she had the last name somewhere in her filing from one of the conversations she had been not quite listening to and had retained anyway out of habit. LinkedIn. The profile loaded. Jerome Adler, Senior Director, Whitmore and Associates, and there it was, the company name, the one she had heard, the connection that had seemed entirely unremarkable at the time. The profile photo, a man in his mid-30s, dark-haired, the composed and somewhat guarded expression of someone professional enough to have chosen his photo carefully. Married. She looked for this specifically and found it in the About section, a passing mention. He lived in the city with his wife. His wife. She enlarged the photo. She looked at Jerome Adler's carefully composed expression for a moment. Then she scrolled past his profile to the tagged posts, where someone had posted a dinner photo 3 months ago and tagged both Jerome and, she looked at the tag, Dianne Vasquez Adler. She tapped the name. The profile was mostly private. But there was a public photo, a professional headshot linked from a business page. Interior designer. The name of the firm. A woman with dark eyes and thick hair and a warm, entirely unself-conscious smile. Mika looked at the photo. She looked at it for longer than she intended to. Then she took the small notebook she kept on the nightstand for work thoughts that came at odd hours, turned to a clean page, and wrote down the name of the firm. She had what she needed to begin. Chapter 5, What Gia Said. She drove to the parking garage on Mercer Street because it was 3 blocks from Gia's apartment, which was where she had told Cole she was going, and she was not ready to go to Gia's apartment. She sat in the car on the 4th level with the engine off and the city noise coming up from the street below, and she thought about what she knew, which she had been thinking about for 4 days, which had produced the following: a name, a firm, a wife's face, and the gathering weight of a thing she was holding carefully in both hands because she did not know yet how heavy it was going to get. She had not slept well. She had made the apartment cleaner than usual, which Gia would clock immediately, and she had eaten dinner across from Cole 3 times and said nothing, and she had checked the credit card statement online with a focus that she framed to herself as routine and understood was not. Hotel. She had found a hotel, a charge from 2 months ago, which could have been anything, which was nothing on its own, which sat in the filing next to the other things. She called Gia. Before you say anything, Gia said, answering without preamble, the lunch I owe you is still happening, I just had to move it because I need to tell you something. A pause. Gia had the fastest social calibration of anyone Mika had ever known. She read the room through the phone, through text, through the specific quality of the silence before a sentence. The pause lasted exactly the length of time it took her to hear what was in Mika's voice and redirect accordingly. Tell me, Gia said. Mika told her. Not everything, she told her the shape of it, the outline, the edges without the center. She had been thinking about how to say it for 4 days, and what came out was nonetheless imprecise. The way things were when you were saying them out loud for the first time, and the saying of them was the first time they had been fully real. She said, I found something. She said, messages. She said, Jerome, who is a colleague, except. She said, I haven't confronted him. Gia was quiet through all of it, which was unusual enough that Mika was aware of it. How long? Gia said, when she stopped. I don't know yet. That's the problem. I don't know enough yet. Mika. I'm not doing nothing, Gia, I'm doing the thing where I gather enough information before I. Mika. Gia said it the way she sometimes did, with the specific weight of someone who had known her for 13 years and was not going to be redirected. You already know. Silence. I found a message, Mika said. You already know. You've known for a while, haven't you? The question isn't what happened. A beat. The question is what you're going to do. She sat in the parking garage on the 4th level and felt the truth of that land somewhere in her chest, a quiet impact. You already know. Yes. She had been performing the function of not knowing she ran the timeline, honestly this time, not the careful curated timeline she had been presenting to herself but the real one, for at least 2 months of the quality she had been attributing to the project, and before that a longer gradualness she had been attributing to the 4th year of marriage, which was the year she had read somewhere that things often changed. Yeah, she said. Okay, Gia said. The word was not dismissive. It was the word Gia used when she was making space. So what do you want to do? I want to understand it first. That's very you. I can't confront him without. I know. I know that's not how you do it. I'm just asking what you want to do, not what you're going to do. Those are different questions. Mika looked at the concrete ceiling of the parking garage. A car came up the ramp and pulled into a space and a woman got out carrying a large paper bag and walked toward the elevator and disappeared, and none of it had anything to do with Mika and all of it was perfectly, weirdly ordinary. I want the full picture, she said. The full picture of what exactly? Of what it is. What it's been. How long? She paused. Who? Gia was quiet for a moment. The who is the part you already know. The who is Jerome Adler, yes. But Jerome Adler is, she stopped. Turned it over. He's married. So is Cole, Gia said, very gently. She didn't say anything for a moment. Outside, 3 floors below, a bus went past. She could feel the vibration of it through the structure of the garage, or thought she could. His wife, she said. Dianne Vasquez. She's an interior designer. She thought about the profile photo, the warm unself-conscious smile. She doesn't know. How do you know she doesn't know? Because I didn't know. Because that's how these things work. A silence. Gia said, Mika. What are you thinking about doing? She was thinking about the notebook page where she had written the name of the firm, Vasquez Interiors. She was thinking about the address she had looked up when she looked up the firm, which was 20 minutes from her apartment. She was thinking about a woman who had no idea. She had been thinking about all of this for 4 days. I'm going to find out what I need to know, she said. Are you going to talk to Cole? Not yet. Gia made a sound that was not quite agreement and not quite protest, the specific sound of someone choosing to trust a friend's process while reserving the right to have opinions about it later. Okay, she said. Call me. Whatever you decide. Call me. I will. She hung up and sat in the parking garage and did not go to Gia's apartment. She sat for 43 minutes. She knew this because she watched the clock on the dashboard move from 2:17 to 3 o'clock and then to 3:04, at which point she picked up her phone again and looked at the name of the firm and the address and the photo of the woman with the dark eyes and the warm, unself-conscious smile. Dianne Vasquez. 34 years old, she had calculated from the LinkedIn graduation year. Interior designer. Married to Jerome Adler she had done this math too, 4 years. She looked at the photo. She thought about what it would be like to be in that photo. To be the woman in that photo, going about the business of a Tuesday afternoon, believing what you believed. She thought about the dinner she had sat across from Cole at, the restaurant he had chosen, the phone he had turned face down, the name corrected back to someone from the office. She thought about performing contentment across a table from a man who was somewhere else entirely. She thought, she deserves to know. She thought, I deserve to know. She started the car. She did not go to Gia's apartment. She drove home and she took the notebook out and looked at the address for Vasquez Interiors, and she wrote it down again on a fresh page, cleanly, in the deliberate way she wrote things she intended to act on. She looked at it for a long time. Then she went to the kitchen and cleaned the already clean counter and thought about what she was going to say to a woman she had never met whose life she was about to change, possibly irreparably, and who would not thank her for it, and who would need to hear it anyway. "The morning I go is the morning I know everything," she told herself. "I'll know everything by then." She would not know everything. But she knew enough. Chapter 6, The Woman at the Door. The studio was on the second floor of a converted building on Calloway Street, which was not, Dianne had pointed out to Jerome when she signed the lease, her name, just a coincidence, but she had noted it anyway with the quiet superstitious pleasure she took in small signs. The building had been a textile warehouse in a previous life. The floors were original pine, worn pale in the paths that decades of workers had worn into them, and the windows were tall and north-facing and gave the kind of light that made colors honest. She had chosen it for the light. She had chosen most things in her professional life for reasons that felt more like recognition than decision. It was a Tuesday. She was in the middle of a client presentation she had rescheduled twice and was now determined to complete by end of day, which meant she had the fabric samples spread across the work table and her laptop open and her coffee going cold in the way it always did when she was genuinely absorbed in something. The presentation was for a young couple redoing their first home, which was the work she liked best, people at the beginning of a life together, not yet certain what they wanted the rooms they shared to say about them. She was good at listening for the answer underneath the answer. Her clients often told her she had gotten them better than they got themselves. She heard the door at the bottom of the stairs open. She assumed it was the courier she was expecting with the tile samples and did not look up immediately, which meant her first impression of the woman who appeared in the studio doorway was peripheral, still, contained, well-dressed in the specific way of someone who had chosen quality over decoration and stood very straight. "I'm sorry, the door downstairs was open," the woman said. "Are you Dianne Vasquez?" She looked up then. The woman was in her early 30s, she guessed, mixed race, light brown skin and dark hair pushed back from her face. She was the kind of person, Dianne's eye noted automatically, who wore her clothes like they were part of her rather than on her, nothing decorative, all considered. Her face was still in a way that was not blankness but something more like deliberate neutrality. A face maintaining itself under conditions. "I am," Dianne said. She set down the fabric sample she was holding. "Can I help you?" The woman did not smile. She did not offer any of the small social signifiers that preceded normal conversations, the warmth, the apologetic lean, the acknowledgement of intrusion. She said, "My name is Mika Calloway. I'm married to Cole Hartley. I think you and I have a problem." The first thing was denial. It came fast and clean, the way denial always did when it was protecting something you hadn't examined yet. Dianne said, "I think you have the wrong person," because she did not know a Cole Hartley, and she had never heard Jerome mention anyone by that name, and this woman was a stranger, and the quality of the woman's stillness was starting to produce in Dianne a low-level alarm that she had no name for and did not want. "I don't," Mika said. "I don't know anyone named Cole Hartley." "I know. But your husband does." A pause. "Jerome. Jerome Adler." The denial shifted. It went from clean to complicated in the space of a breath. Dianne felt it happen, felt the particular quality of a foundation that has been entirely sound and has just registered something it doesn't yet understand. She was aware of herself in a way she didn't normally like to be, her hands on the work table, the fabric sample, her own breathing. "Jerome is at work," she said, which was not a response to what this woman had said but was the thing that came out. "I know," Mika said again. She said it with the patience of someone who had expected each of these responses and was simply waiting for them to be finished. "I think," Dianne said, "you should leave." "I know." She didn't leave. She stood in the doorway of the studio with her dark coat and her straight posture and her face that was maintaining itself with an effort that, Dianne was beginning to understand, was enormous. She did not step forward. She did not crowd the space. She simply did not leave, in the way of someone who has decided that the only unkindness that would be worse than what they are about to do is not doing it. "I think," Mika said, that if you ask me to show you what I have, you will want to see it. And I think you already know I'm not here because I'm confused about which apartment I wanted." She paused. "I know what you're doing right now. I did it too. I understand it completely." Dianne looked at her. She looked at her for a long time. There was something in the quality of that last sentence, "I know what you're doing right now," that cracked something. Not broke. Cracked, the way a surface cracks under temperature before it splits, a visible fracture line, the structural change happening underneath. She thought about Jerome at the dinner party, watching her across the room with the expression she had read as love and had been reading as love for 6 years. She thought about the distance that had been accumulating for months, which she had been attributing to his project, his stress, the particular quality of his distraction that she had chalked up to work because it was easier and because Jerome did not do conflict and she had learned to translate his absences as overwhelm rather than avoidance. She thought, "I know what you're doing right now." "Sit down," she said. Mika sat down, across the work table from her, with the fabric samples between them. She sat the way she stood, with total composure, her bag set to one side, her hands in her lap. She was not performing calm, Dianne registered. She was actually calm, which was different, and somehow worse. She reached into her bag and took out her phone. She set it on the table between the fabric samples, screen up, and she looked at Dianne with an expression that was careful and specific and said without saying it, "You can look or you cannot look. I will not make you look." Dianne looked at the phone. She looked at it for a long time. She thought about Jerome's face, refilling her wine glass without asking. The warmth she had read there. The being seen across a room. She looked at the phone. Then she looked up at this woman, Mika, she had said, Mika Calloway, and she thought about the cost of knowing versus the cost of not knowing, and she thought about the kind of person she was, had always been, the person who felt things fully and would rather feel the real thing than a comfortable version of it, and she thought about her mother and her father and her brother and everything she had ever learned about what happened to love that was not honest. "Show me," she said. The words felt strange in her mouth. She would think about those words for a long time afterward, the specific moment when she had chosen to know instead of not knowing. It was a door she could have kept closed. She had opened it with 2 words, and she had known, opening it, that she would not be able to close it again. Mika scrolled without flourish and turned the phone to face her and held it steady. Dianne read. Her hands, she noticed from somewhere outside herself, were very still. This was wrong, her hands were almost never still. They moved when she talked, when she thought, when she was working, when she was happy or frightened or bored. The stillness of them now was the stillness of shock, which she recognized intellectually before she felt it, the way you sometimes know a thing in your mind before your body catches up. She read to the end of what Mika had opened. She looked up. Mika was watching her with an expression that was not pity and not satisfaction and was something she would have to think about later to name, something quiet and honest and carefully without performance. "How long?" Dianne said. "I don't know exactly. At least 8 months. Maybe more." She nodded. The nod was automatic, the body making small familiar gestures while everything underneath reorganized. "Okay," she said. The word was very strange, as if it had become untethered from its meaning. "Okay." She stood up from the table. Crossed to the window. Looked at the street below, an ordinary Tuesday street, people moving with ordinary Tuesday purpose, a delivery truck double-parked with its hazards blinking, a woman with a pushchair navigating around it, the city performing its ordinary life with complete indifference to what was happening on the second floor of this building. She had loved Jerome for 6 years. She had built the dinner parties and the risotto and the warmth and the watching him across rooms, and all of it had been, not a lie, she thought. Not exactly a lie. But not the whole truth either. And she had not known, and he had let her not know, and the not knowing was the part she felt now, not as grief yet but as a kind of vertigo. The ground under her had not moved. She had simply found out that it was not the ground she had thought it was. "Why?" she said, to the window. "Why did you come here? You could have just dealt with your own situation." "Yes," Mika said, So why? A pause. Because you deserve to know. And because I needed someone who understood the specific shape of this. A beat. And because I don't know what I'm doing yet either, and I thought you might be the only other person in the world who was in exactly the same place. Dianne turned from the window. She looked at Mika Calloway, composed and straight-backed in her studio chair, her phone back in her bag, her dark eyes holding the particular quality Dianne had noticed from the beginning and could now name, the look of someone who has already accepted the truth and is simply waiting, with great and careful patience, for the world to catch up. She thought, I don't like you. She thought, I understand you completely. She said, there's a coffee place on the corner. It's neutral. I need to be somewhere that isn't here. Okay, Mika said. They went. Chapter 7, 2 Women in a Coffee Shop. Mika. The coffee shop was called something with an ampersand in it. Mika didn't register the name fully. She registered, corner booth, good sightlines, mid-afternoon quiet, the particular smell of a place that took its espresso seriously. Dianne had chosen it without consulting her and walked in with the ease of someone who had been here many times, and the woman behind the counter had said the usual and Dianne had said yes please and then looked at Mika and said, what do you want, in a tone that was not unfriendly but was not warm and was simply the tone of a woman who was holding something enormous and did not have additional bandwidth for social navigation. Mika ordered a black coffee she didn't need and sat down. They had not spoken on the way here. 2 minutes of sidewalk, and then the door, and then the ordering, and then the booth, and the silence between them had the specific texture of 2 people who have already said the hard thing and are now in the space after it, where everything else feels either too small or too large. Dianne's hands were around her cup. Mika noted this because Dianne's hands had been very still in the studio, which she had recognized immediately as wrong. The hands were expressive even in rest, always slightly in motion, and the stillness had been the stillness of shock holding everything down. They were around the cup now and she was gripping it slightly too hard, the way you grip something warm when you need the warmth to be structural rather than pleasant. How did you find me? Dianne said. LinkedIn. Jerome's profile. Tagged photo. He doesn't use LinkedIn much. Someone tagged him 3 months ago. Dianne was quiet for a moment. Mika watched her process this, the 3 months, the tagged photo, the specific detail of it, watched the calculation moving behind her eyes the way calculations moved behind people's eyes when they were running backward through time looking for the moments they had missed. What do you want? Dianne said. To do. About any of it. I don't know yet. But you came to me first. Before confronting your husband. Yes. Why? Mika considered this honestly. She had been considering it honestly since the parking garage, since she had written the address down on the clean page of the notebook, since she had driven past the studio twice before parking. Because I needed to know what I was actually dealing with. Because Jerome is real, not just a name in a message thread, and Jerome has a wife, and that changes the shape of it. And because she stopped. Started again. I'm better with a full picture. I make better decisions with a full picture. Dianne looked at her. You came to me for information. Partly. What's the other part? Mika said, I came because you are the only other person in the world who knows exactly what the last 4 days have felt like. Dianne. She had expected to hate her. Not abstractly, specifically, viscerally, the way you hate the person who breaks your door down even when they are right to break it. She had been prepared for that. She had walked to the coffee shop braced for it, the anger sitting ready in her chest like something coiled. But sitting across from Mika Calloway in the corner booth of the coffee shop with its ampersand name, looking at a woman who was clearly holding herself together with the same internal discipline that Dianne recognized and had always admired in people who had it, she did not hate her. She did not like her. That was important to establish. She was precise, this woman, and economical in a way that Dianne associated with people who had decided that warmth was a liability, and there was something in her careful composure that made Dianne want to do something to crack it, not cruelly, just she wanted to see what was underneath. Professionally, the way you wanted to see the bones of a building before you decided what to put on its walls. Tell me what you know, Dianne said. Mika told her. She told her in the precise, organized way she had apparently processed everything, which Dianne found both impressive and faintly irritating: the timeline, the phone message, the credit card statement, the LinkedIn profile. She had built a case the way a lawyer built a case, evidence stacked against evidence, each piece placed carefully before the next. She did not editorialize. She did not say this is how I felt or this is what it meant to me. She gave Dianne the facts and let Dianne do what she wanted with them. What Dianne did with them was run them backward through the past 8 months of her life. The dinner parties. Jerome watching her across rooms with the expression she had read as love. The twice-cancelled weekend in September that had been rescheduled to a long weekend in November that had also been rescheduled and had eventually simply not happened. The slight distance she had been attributing to his new project. The new project she had never actually heard him describe in specific terms, only in general ones. It's complex, it's demanding, it's a lot right now. She thought, I kept making excuses for the shape of the thing without ever looking at the shape. She thought, I kept so busy loving him that I never stopped to wonder if he was actually there. She wrapped both hands around her cup. The coffee was good, medium roast, exactly the way she liked it. She had come here so many times. She had come here the morning she signed the studio lease and bought herself a coffee to celebrate, alone, because Jerome had a breakfast meeting and couldn't make it, and she had sat at this same counter and felt the particular pride of something that was hers. She registered, from somewhere slightly outside herself, that the woman across from her had not looked away. Mika Calloway had a quality of attention that was specific and a little disconcerting. She listened the way some people listened, fully, without the small performances of listening that most people substituted for the real thing. No nodding at intervals, no aham, no preemptive sympathy. Just watching, with those slightly wide-set dark eyes that gave the impression of seeing more than whatever was directly in front of them. Dianne thought, I could see why someone would feel seen by her. She thought, I could also see why that would be frightening. Mika. They ordered a second round of coffee. Neither of them acknowledged that they had ordered a second round, which meant neither of them wanted to name the reason they were still here. The reason was obvious. They were still here because there was nowhere else to take this conversation, no other venue that made sense, no third party who could understand what they were in the middle of, and also because Mika admitted this privately, in the specifically honest way she was trying to practice since the parking garage, also because she had not been ready to leave. Dianne was telling her something about the anniversary trip that had been cancelled in September and rescheduled to November and then effectively abandoned, and as she talked her hands had come back to life, which was the right word for it. She had been watching Dianne's hands the whole time they'd been here and they had started to move again around the second cup, punctuating, illustrating, a form of punctuation that her sentences didn't need but that communicated something beyond the sentences. Dianne was a person for whom language was full body. Mika found this interesting in the way she found most things interesting that were fundamentally unlike her. Can I ask you something? Mika said. You've been asking things since my studio. Did you know? On some level. Dianne was quiet for a moment. Her hands settled. I think I knew that something was wrong. I don't think I let myself look at what it was. A pause. I'm a person who feels things very quickly. Which means I also have very fast defenses against feeling things I don't want to feel yet. This landed somewhere in Mika's chest with a small, accurate impact. She said, yes. You too. Mine look different. But yes. Dianne looked at her. She had been looking at Mika with the kind of intermittent focus that felt like assessment, not hostile, just thorough, the look of someone who made decisions about spaces by walking through them slowly and paying attention to what each corner told her. She laughed. It was completely unexpected. Not a polite laugh, not a social laugh, a real one, brief and slightly appalled, directed at nothing in particular. We're so similar, she said. We have almost nothing in common and we're almost exactly the same. Mika said, different methods. Same disease. Dianne laughed again, and this one was bigger, and Mika felt it, the involuntary loosening that came with an unexpected laugh in the middle of something terrible, the specific relief of it. She felt the corner of her own mouth move in response and let it. Dianne. She had not expected to laugh. She had not expected to feel, sitting across from Mika Calloway with her second coffee going warm in her hands, something that was almost, not comfort. It was too early for comfort. Comfort required a foundation and they were both standing on rubble, but something that was in the vicinity of comfort. The comfort of company in a particular darkness. The comfort of the one other person who gets it, exactly it, the precise shape and texture of it. She studied Mika's profile when Mika was looking out the window for a moment. The composure, the careful economy of expression. She thought, there is a lot happening under there. She thought, she is either very private or very afraid and possibly both. She thought, she is the kind of person who notices your drink order and remembers it 6 months later and uses it as data, and there is something slightly exhausting and slightly wonderful about that. She thought, I am absolutely going to recommend her a book. The thought arrived so naturally that she almost laughed again at the fact of it. In the middle of the worst day of her recent life, sitting across from a woman whose husband was sleeping with her husband, she had catalogued Mika Calloway's personality and immediately begun mentally sorting her library for what would be the most useful and most honest thing to press into her hands. This was, Dianne accepted, simply who she was. She loved people with her library as much as anything else. She thought, I don't know if I like you yet. She thought, I think I might, which was not something she had expected to think. Mika. They walked to their cars. The afternoon had moved further than she'd registered, the light thickening toward early evening, the city adjusting its temperature in the way it did as the day prepared to become night. She had been in the coffee shop for 3 hours. She had not meant to be in the coffee shop for 3 hours. They walked the same direction, because their cars were both down the block, and then they reached the corner and she turned left and Dianne turned right, and that was that. They didn't say, let's do this again, or, call me, or any of the things that would have implied they were now something to each other. They said, okay. They said, thank you for, and stopped. They said, yeah. Then they turned in different ways. Mika walked to her car and got in and sat for a moment with her hands on the wheel, and she did not do the thing she sometimes did, which was immediately begin organizing what she had learned and what came next. She sat with the fullness of the past 3 hours and she thought about the laugh, the real one, unguarded, slightly appalled at the absurdity of their situation, and the way it had loosened something in her chest that had been very tight for 4 days. She thought about Dianne's hands. She thought about the specific quality of being seen by someone who was also seeing herself clearly for the first time. She put the key in the ignition. She did not drive for a few more minutes. Then she did. Chapter 8, What She's Reading. The text arrived at 9:43 on a Thursday morning, 3 days after the coffee shop. Mika was at her desk, which she was always at her desk by 8:15, had been always at her desk by 8:15 for the 4 years she had been at the firm, which was a legal research consultancy and which suited her the way most things that required precision and the organization of complicated information suited her, completely. She was in the middle of a brief she had been working on since Tuesday and which was going well in the particular way things went well when she was using work as ballast, which was to say it was going very well indeed because she had been at her desk until 7 o'clock for 3 consecutive days and had eaten lunch at her desk on 2 of them. She picked up her phone, expecting Gia, who had been texting at intervals since the parking garage with the specific persistence of someone who was giving a friend space while also making sure the friend knew the space had a ceiling. The text was from a number she had saved, 3 days ago, in her contacts under a name she had considered for a moment before typing it in. Dianne. She stared at it. The message said, have you read anything by Cleo Wade? If not, start with Heart Talk. Actually, no. Start with Where to Begin. It's less polished but it's more honest. I think you should read it. Mika read this twice. She put her phone face down on the desk. She picked it up again and read it a third time and then set it down again and looked at the brief she had been working on and found she had lost the thread of it entirely, which had not happened to her at work in recent memory. She picked up her phone. She typed, I'm in the middle of something right now. She looked at this for a moment and deleted it. She typed, okay. She looked at this for a moment and deleted that too. She typed, is that a novel? The reply came back in under a minute, poetry. But don't let that stop you. You seem like someone who would say they don't like poetry and then read it all in one night. Mika looked at this for a long time. She was not accustomed to being read quickly by people she had only just met. It was not unpleasant. It was, she thought, a little alarming, in the way things were alarming when they landed accurately. She typed, "I don't like poetry." She sent it. "I know," came back. And then, a second later, "You're going to read it anyway." She put her phone down and went back to the brief. She finished it by 2 in the afternoon, which was an hour earlier than she'd expected. She left work at 5:15, which was 45 minutes earlier than she had been leaving. On the way home she stopped at the bookshop on Archer Street, which she went to often enough that she had a mild relationship with the man who worked Monday through Friday afternoons, a bearded person of about 60 who was reading something different every time she came in and always had an opinion about it. She found both books in the poetry section. She stood in the aisle and read the first pages of each, standing there with her coat still on. She bought both. She told herself this was efficiency. She read Where to Begin in 2 days. She had intended to read it slowly, which was how she read most things, parsing as she went, but the book did not cooperate with slow reading. It moved the way Dianne talked, associatively, with tangents that always circled back, with a quality of directness that was not bluntness but something more honest than most careful writing, the kind of honesty that had the effect of sitting down beside you rather than standing in front of you and performing. She finished it at midnight on a Saturday and sat on her couch in the specific silence of having been reached by something and not quite being ready to put it down. She did not text Dianne about it. She thought about texting Dianne about it every day for a week. On Wednesday she caught herself, at 2 in the afternoon, wondering what Dianne was working on. This was not a specific or productive thought. She had no particular information about Dianne's work schedule or current projects and was therefore wondering about a version of Dianne she had only rough data on. She noticed herself doing it and found it inconvenient and went to the kitchen and cleaned the already clean stovetop. The stovetop had been clean. The bathroom had been impeccable for days. On Thursday evening, 10 days after the coffee shop, she called her mother. Her mother answered on the second ring, as she always did, with the composed alertness of a woman who had maintained readiness as a way of life so long she had forgotten she was doing it. "Mika. How are you?" "Fine. How are you?" "Fine. How is Cole?" The question was usual. Mika had been fielding it with the smooth answer she had developed over the past 2 weeks, fine, busy with the project, sends his love, and had been watching herself give this answer with a kind of remote interest, the way you watched a skilled person do something you couldn't quite do yourself. She had told no one yet. Not even Gia knew the full extent, only the outline, and Gia was too intelligent to push. "Cole is fine," she said. "You sound tired." "I've been working." "You always say that." Her mother's voice was not unkind. It was precise, which was a different thing, though Mika had spent most of her life conflating them. Precision was her mother's love language, the accurate observation, the clear-eyed take, the refusal to let you be less than honest with yourself even when you wanted to be. "Have you eaten?" "Yes, Mom. Properly. I had soup." A pause, which was her mother's way of expressing mild skepticism. "I've been thinking about you," Delia said, in the way of someone who had been thinking about something and had decided to say so instead of not saying so, which was unusual enough that Mika paid attention. "I have the sense that you're managing something." "I'm always managing something." "Managing something alone," her mother said. "You always did that. Even when you were small. You would sort everything out privately and only bring me the finished problem, already solved." A pause. "I used to think that was self-sufficiency. I'm not entirely sure now." Mika sat down on the couch with her phone. Outside, the city was doing its evening thing. She thought about what to say and found she didn't know. "I'm okay," she said, which was what she always said. Her mother said, "I know you are." "I made sure of it." Another pause. "That's a different thing from whether you're happy." Mika was quiet. "I'm working on that," she said, "eventually." After she hung up, she sat on the couch with the phone in her hands for a while. She thought about her mother, who had made dinner the week her father left and had gone to work the next morning and had told Mika, "You don't let people see you bleed." She thought about what it had cost her mother to be that controlled for that long, which was something she had never thought about before in quite this way, not what it had given her, which was considerable, but what it had cost. She picked up her phone. She typed, "I finished the book." She sent it. The response was not immediate, which meant Dianne was busy or away from her phone. She put hers down. She waited. 40 minutes later, and she thought about what to say. She was not someone who said things about books easily. Books were private in the way most inner things were private, and saying something true about them was a kind of exposure she usually managed to avoid. She typed, it was accurate. She sent it and immediately felt the inadequacy of it. 3 dots appeared. Disappeared. Appeared again. Then, "That's the nicest thing you could have said about it." She read this. She thought, "Dianne Vasquez is completely unlike anyone I know." She thought, "I don't know what to do with that." She put her phone down and went to bed and lay in the dark thinking about none of it, which was to say she thought about all of it, which was to say she did not sleep well, which had become simply the weather of her life, unremarkable, accommodated. The apartment was immaculate. The books were on the coffee table, both of them, where she had set them when she finished and hadn't moved since. She thought, "I should text about the investigation. We should meet again about the investigation." She thought, "That is not why you want to meet again." She did not examine this thought. She turned over. She went, eventually, to sleep. Chapter 9, The Paper Trail. Dianne. She had bought a whiteboard. This had felt, when she purchased it, like a reasonable and practical decision. They needed to organize what they knew, and what they knew had grown. Mika had been collecting quietly and efficiently since the coffee shop, building the case with the focused patience of someone who did this for a living, and Dianne had been contributing from her end, pulling at threads she had been avoiding pulling at and finding that most of them led somewhere she did not want to go but needed to. The whiteboard was propped against the studio wall. Mika was standing in front of it with a blue marker, writing dates. She had been writing dates for 20 minutes in a precise, smallish hand that used almost no space, fitting a great deal of information into neat columns that Dianne's instinct wanted to rearrange into something more spatial but which she was resisting because Mika's system was working and this was not, ultimately, an interior design project. "Wait," Dianne said. "Go back to March." "Which part of March?" "He told me the conference in Edinburgh was the 11th to the 14th. Mika circled a date with a small precise circle. "The hotel receipt is dated the 10th to the 14th. He checked in a day early." Dianne looked at the circled date. "He called me from the hotel. I remember because I was on the way to Renata's and my hands-free wasn't working and I pulled over to talk to him. He said the flight had been delayed but he'd made it. From Edinburgh." "From Edinburgh." Mika wrote, "Edinburgh," stated, "Flight via Glasgow, layover." And then drew a small arrow and wrote check. "How?" Dianne asked. "Flight records are harder but not impossible. The credit card he used for the hotel, the one I found, is a card I didn't know about. Which means it's a card he's been using separately for however long this has been going on. Which means there will be a statement." She paused. "It might be a business card through Jerome's company. He travels for work sometimes." "I know. But the hotel wasn't billed to the company. I can tell from the card number prefix. It's personal." Dianne looked at her. "You can tell that from the card number prefix. The first 4 digits indicate the card type and issuer. It's not precise but it narrows it considerably." Mika said this in the tone of someone relaying genuinely unremarkable information. Dianne said, "That's a very specific thing to know. I research for a living." A pause. "Also I had 4 days in a parking garage with not much else to do." Something about this, the delivery, the precision, the complete deadpan of it, struck Dianne as funny in the way things were funny when they were also terrible. She laughed, And Mika glanced at her with an expression that was not quite a smile but was the thing that lived in Mika's face adjacent to a smile, a slight shift around the eyes, the composure easing a fraction. "Sorry," Dianne said. "Don't be. It is objectively absurd. It's incredibly absurd." She looked at the whiteboard. 8 months of dates, circled and connected with arrows, the architecture of a deception laid out in blue marker on a white surface in the afternoon light of her studio. "We built a timeline of our husband's affair on my whiteboard." "On your whiteboard, yes. Jerome uses this whiteboard sometimes. For project timelines. He sat right where you're standing." The observation landed in the room and sat there. Mika turned back to the board. Dianne watched her write something and thought about Jerome, standing where Mika was standing, running his finger along a timeline, precise and efficient in the way he was precise and efficient about everything. She thought about 6 years. She thought about the dinner parties and the risotto and the watching across rooms, and she felt it, the grief, which she had been meeting in increments since Tuesday, managing it the way you managed anything enormous by only looking at one part of it at a time. She went to make coffee, because this was what she did when she didn't know what to do with her hands. "Mika. The timeline was good." She looked at it from across the room, because stepping back from something you'd built was how you checked the proportions, and it held. 8 months minimum, possibly 12. The Edinburgh trip was a significant data point, the pre-check-in date, the separate card, the phone call from a hotel room he had described as the hotel he was arriving at when he had in fact already been there for 24 hours. These were not the moves of someone who had stumbled into something. These were the moves of someone who had been managing a separate life with care and foresight. She had not yet decided how she felt about this. She was aware that there was a feeling waiting for her on the other side of the information gathering, a feeling that would require her to stop organizing and simply be in the wreckage, and she was not there yet. She was still in the gathering stage, and the gathering stage was where she lived. It was the stage she was built for. It was where she could be most useful and most herself. Dianne came back with 2 cups. "The coffee was already made," she said. "I brought biscuits. They're from 2 days ago." "That's fine." Dianne set a cup beside the whiteboard and sat on the studio couch with her own, tucking her feet up in the unself-conscious way she had, which Mika had noticed in the coffee shop and noticed again now. Dianne occupied spaces with her whole body, settled into them, became part of them quickly. It was the opposite of Mika's relationship to rooms, which was fundamentally supervisory. "Can I ask you something?" Dianne said. "You've been asking things since the coffee shop." She smiled at that, a real one, quick. She was learning to track Dianne's smiles, which came in several distinct categories that she was beginning to be able to distinguish: the social smile, which was warm and automatic, the smile that meant she found something funny and wasn't going to say so, the smile that meant she was about to say something she'd been holding for a while and was readying herself for it. This was the third kind. "When you found the message," Dianne said, "the first one, what was the first thing you felt?" "Not thought. Felt." Mika considered this. She did not answer questions about feelings quickly, as a rule, because quick answers to feelings questions were almost always slightly wrong, slightly simplified, and she was interested in being accurate. "Relief," she said, eventually. Dianne was quiet for a moment. "That's interesting. It's not a nice answer. It's an honest one." Dianne turned her cup in her hands. I felt grief first. Before I even finished reading what you showed me. The grief was faster than the anger. The anger came later for me too." She paused. "The relief was for knowing. Not for what I knew. The relief of finally being allowed to trust the thing you felt." "Yes." They sat with that for a moment. Outside, the studio received its flat northern light. Someone in the building's lower floors was drilling something, intermittent and distant. Mika looked at the whiteboard and then at Dianne, who was looking at the whiteboard too, and thought about the specific strange intimacy of being in this room with this woman, of reconstructing the shared history of their marriages side by side, like 2 people examining the same object from different angles and comparing what they saw. She thought, we are, objectively, the only 2 people in the world who can have this specific conversation. She thought, I understand why I came here now. Dianne. They had been at it for 3 hours when they found the anniversary. Mika had the credit card statement, the separate one, which she had accessed through a back-channel method she described briefly, and Dianne chose not to interrogate too closely, and she was cross-referencing it against the dates on the whiteboard with the focused quiet of someone deep in the work. Dianne was on the couch with the calendar on her phone, filling in dates from her end, the cancelled plans, the rescheduled trips, the evenings Jerome had texted to say he'd be late. February 15th, Mika said. Dianne looked up. Mika was looking at the statement and then at the whiteboard and then back at the statement with the expression Dianne had learned this expression, had filed it alongside the adjacent to a smile expression, the expression of someone who has found what they expected and is not pleased to have been right. What happened on February 15th? Dianne said, though something in her chest had already begun to shift. Hotel. The same one from Edinburgh. This one is local, 20 minutes from here. Mika paused. It's a 2-night stay. Dianne thought about February. February had been her anniversary with Jerome. 4 years. He had taken her to dinner at the restaurant she had wanted to try for months, the new Italian place on the waterfront, and it had been lovely, she had thought it was lovely, and they had come home and opened a bottle of the wine they'd been saving, and she had thought, we are good. Whatever the distance has been, whatever the flatness, this is still real. Our anniversary, she said, is February 16th. Mika said nothing. She put the statement down on the table next to the whiteboard and looked at Dianne with the careful, honest expression she had when she was letting something land without trying to soften it. Dianne looked at the date on the whiteboard. She looked at it for a long moment. He had checked in on the 15th. Their anniversary was the 16th. He had taken her to dinner on the 16th, the restaurant on the waterfront, the bottle of wine they'd been saving. He had come from a hotel. He had come from 2 nights in a hotel 20 minutes away, and he had taken her to dinner and opened the wine and looked at her across the table with warmth, and she had read it as love, and it had not been nothing. She did not think it was nothing. She thought Jerome loved her in the way that he did, which was real even if it was wrong, but it had not been the whole of what was in his face. The laughter, this time, did not come. She put her phone down and stood up and crossed to the window, the same one she had stood at on Tuesday when Mika had first shown her the messages. The same Tuesday street, quieter now in the afternoon, the delivery trucks gone, a woman walking a bicycle, 2 teenagers in school uniforms eating something from a paper bag. She thought about the wine. She could taste it still, the specific weight of something opened for a purpose. Behind her, she heard Mika set the marker down quietly on the table. I'm sorry, Mika said. The 2 words were simple and exact, without embellishment, and landed with precisely that weight. Dianne stood at the window. She thought, I need to cry about this, and I'm going to wait until I'm at Renata's because I am not going to cry in front of this woman yet. She thought, yet. She noted the word. She turned back from the window. Okay, she said. What else do we have? Mika picked the marker back up. She did not say anything more about February. She turned to the whiteboard and found the next date, and they kept going, 2 women in an afternoon studio, building the picture piece by piece, and outside the light thinned toward evening and neither of them moved to leave. Chapter 10, Her Hands. The studio lease ran out on a Friday. Dianne had not been planning to move the investigation to her apartment. She had said this to Mika on the phone, on the Thursday, with the particular firmness of someone who has thought about a boundary and is trying to hold it. The studio has the whiteboard, and the studio is neutral, and I don't really want Jerome's, I don't want any of this in my space. A pause. More than it already is. By Saturday afternoon the whiteboard was in Dianne's living room, propped against the wall between the bookshelf and the window, because the building manager had needed the studio back and the apartment had better natural light, and also, Mika noted privately, because Dianne had a better whiteboard wall. She did not say any of this. She stood at the whiteboard and continued from where they'd left off. Dianne's apartment was on the 6th floor of a building in the North End, a 10-minute walk from the studio and a 15-minute drive from Mika's place. It was the kind of apartment that was clearly an extension of the person in it, not decorated, exactly, but inhabited. Books on every surface, not in any obvious organization but in the specific organization of someone who knew where everything was and did not need the system to be legible to anyone else. Plants in the kitchen window, thriving, which was either luck or genuine attentiveness, and Mika suspected the latter. 2 large prints on the wall that she liked and would not have chosen herself. One was graphic and bold, a lot of warm terracotta. The other was quieter, a sketch of 2 figures in a doorway, close but not touching. She had been looking at the prints intermittently all afternoon when she thought Dianne wasn't watching. Dianne was always watching. "Do you want more tea?" Dianne called from the kitchen, around 5 o'clock. "I'm fine. I'm making more tea." "I said I was fine. I'm also making dinner." "A beat. Stay if you want. I made too much rice." Mika looked at the whiteboard. They were at a natural stopping point. The week's new data had been integrated, the timeline was current, the next step was Seb, which would take a phone call. Mika was still composing in her head. There was no operational reason to stay. She said, "Fine. But I'm not eating rice that was made for someone else." "Then eat the rice I'm making now." "You haven't made it yet." "I'm about to." She heard Dianne laugh in the kitchen. Not at her, or not entirely, but with the ease of someone who found this exchange genuinely funny, which Mika found both disarming and faintly annoying, the way things were annoying when they were also right. She sat down on the couch and looked at the whiteboard from a distance. She thought about what her mother had said, "That's a different thing from whether you're happy." She thought about the book on the coffee table, Dianne's recommendation, which she had brought over because Dianne had asked if she'd read it and she had not wanted to say she'd left it at home when the truth was she'd been carrying it in her bag for a week because it felt wrong to leave it somewhere she wasn't. She thought about these things from a slight remove, the way she thought about most things, and noted them carefully. From the kitchen came the sound of a pan going on the gas and then the sound of oil and then, not long after, the smell, garlic first, then something else, something that took the garlic and deepened it, that turned the apartment from the room that held an investigation into the room that also held dinner on a Saturday night. She thought, "I don't remember the last time I had dinner that smelled like that." She had not been eating well. She knew this. She had been eating efficiently, the way she did when she was inside a project, things that could be prepared quickly and consumed without ceremony and provided the necessary input without demanding any attention. She had been eating at her desk and over the kitchen sink, and once, on Thursday, she had eaten half a bowl of cereal standing in front of the open refrigerator because she hadn't had the patience to close it first. "Do you need anything?" she called. "I have everything," Dianne called back. "Sit down." She sat. Dianne cooked the way she did most things, with full physical commitment, moving around the kitchen with a confidence that did not require instruction. She talked while she cooked, which was how Mika discovered that Dianne had opinions about a film she had only mentioned in passing. Not polite opinions, actual ones, argued with her hands, with specific references, with the particular pleasure of someone who had been waiting for someone to be wrong about this in exactly this way so she could correct them. "It's 3 hours, Mika said. "It earns every minute." That's what people say about 3-hour films that do not, in fact, earn it. "Have you seen it?" She had not. She had been meaning to see it for 2 years and had not gotten around to it, which meant in practice that Cole had not wanted to see it, and she had accommodated this in the quiet and total way she accommodated most things she had not examined closely enough. "No," she said. "Then your position is theoretical." "My theoretical position is that 3 hours is a long time to commit to a film I haven't vetted. You don't go to films without reading reviews first." "Does anyone?" "Yes. Extensively. It's called cinema going, not cinema researching." Dianne appeared in the kitchen doorway with a wooden spoon and a look of genuine if comfortable exasperation. "You can't experience something and analyze it simultaneously. You have to let the thing happen to you first." Mika said, "That sounds exhausting." Dianne pointed the spoon at her. "That is exactly the problem." She disappeared back into the kitchen. Mika watched the empty doorway for a moment and thought about the problem, and thought about it not being wrong. She thought about the way she read books with a kind of dual consciousness, experiencing and cataloging simultaneously, always slightly outside the thing even while she was in it. She thought about how this was a method and how methods had a cost. She thought about Dianne's hands. They were almost always in motion. She had thought this from the beginning, from the studio, from the coffee shop, expressive and specific, saying things the sentences didn't say, the specific flick of the wrist when she was being ironic, the way both hands came up when she was making a point she cared about. Mika had been cataloging them without meaning to, the way she cataloged most things, and had been aware for several days now that the cataloging had become something different from cataloging. She was aware of them in the way you were aware of something you kept returning to without deciding to return to it. She picked up the book from the coffee table, the second one, which she had not yet mentioned reading, and held it without opening it. "What do you want to do?" Dianne called from the kitchen. "After. When we have everything we need." She thought about this. "Tell them we know." "And then?" "I don't know. Not yet." "Divorce is a long word," Dianne said. "It's a normal length word. It feels long. A sound of something being stirred. Jerome and I don't have children. We have the apartment and the furniture and a joint account. And 6 years." A pause. "Cole?" 7. "We have a storage unit and a car we share and about 40% overlap in friends." She paused. "And 7 years. Does it?" Dianne stopped. "Sorry. You don't have to. Ask. Does it feel like grief? What you feel about it?" Mika thought about this with the same honest attention she gave to everything she chose to think about honestly. "It feels like finding out that the building you were in wasn't the building you thought it was. And you're not sure if it was ever the building you thought it was." She paused. "So it feels like grief, but also like something that's been waiting to be named for a long time before it became grief." Silence from the kitchen. Then, "Yes. That's exactly right." Dinner was rice and a spiced lamb thing that Dianne served with yogurt and something green Mika didn't ask the name of. They ate at the kitchen table, small, slightly wobble-prone on its left rear leg, a characteristic Dianne applied a folded piece of paper to in a way that was clearly temporary and clearly had been temporary for some time. They talked about the film. They talked about a book Dianne had been reading, which she described the way she did, beginning at the middle and then circling out to the edges, circling back, the tangent always making its way home, and Mika listened in the way she had found herself listening to Dianne, which was fully, in the way she could not listen while also performing listening. Something about Dianne made the dual consciousness unavailable. She refilled Mika's wine glass without asking. Mika noticed this. She noticed she was noticing it. She said nothing. "You brought the second book," Dianne said, over dessert, which was 2 small chocolates from a paper bag on the counter. She said it with a specificity that meant she had seen the book and had been waiting to mention it. "I was in the middle of it. What do you think?" "I think it's better than the first one." Dianne smiled at that, the smile that meant she was pleased and wasn't going to make a large thing of it. "Told you. You recommended it in a text." "That's not telling." "It's the beginning of telling." She looked at Mika with the look she had, the thorough, patient, no-hurry look. "You're going to be someone who reads a lot of poetry, I think." "I'm not." "You are. It's already happening." She picked up her wine. "You can fight it, but it's not going to help." Mika drove home at 9:30. She had meant to leave at 8, had been slightly aware of this intention around 8:15, had said nothing about it. The city was doing its Saturday night thing, louder, denser, the particular energy of a weekend evening that asked you to have somewhere to be. She drove through it and thought about the dinner, the smell of it, the lamb and the garlic in the apartment filled with the comfortable warmth of cooking, and thought about the conversation, which had ranged from the film to the book to the investigation to grief to what comes after grief in the space of 2.5 hours, and she thought about the wine glass, refilled without asking. She thought about Dianne's hands on the spoon in the kitchen doorway. She thought, "I didn't want to leave." She did not examine this thought. She drove home. She parked and went upstairs and found the apartment exactly as she had left it, which was immaculate and quiet and lacking, she noticed, any particular smell. She stood in the kitchen for a moment. She realized she was still carrying the book. She set it on the nightstand and lay down and looked at the ceiling and thought, I need to stop noticing things that are not operational. She thought this with the specific quality of someone who knows they will not stop. She was right. Chapter 11, What Dianne Knows. She called Renata on a Sunday afternoon because she had been not calling Renata for 2 weeks and her sister had a very accurate internal alarm for when Dianne was avoiding her, and the alarm had been going off in the form of texts that escalated in length and punctuation until the most recent one, which was 4 sentences and ended with a period, which in Renata's texting style was the equivalent of a raised voice. Dianne. Call me. I'm not asking. Period. She called. Finally, Renata said, by way of greeting. Hello to you too. Don't hello me. What's going on? This was the thing about Renata. She did not build up to things. She had decided at some point in her late 20s that preamble was a form of dishonesty and had eliminated it almost entirely from her conversational style, which made her efficient and occasionally alarming. Dianne loved her for it in the way you loved something that sometimes hurt, completely, with full knowledge of the cost. I'm okay, Dianne said. I didn't ask if you were okay. I asked what was going on. She had thought, on the way to calling, about what she was going to say. She had thought about how much Renata needed to know versus how much Dianne was ready to say, and she had landed on the Jerome situation, the bare facts of it, nothing about Mika. The Mika part felt not private, exactly. More like something she needed to hold in place a little longer, the way you held a new piece of furniture against a wall before you decided if it belonged there. She told Renata about Jerome. Not all of it, not the whiteboard, not the Edinburgh trip, not the February anniversary. The bones. The message thread, the separate card, the fact of it. She told it in the flat, factual way she had been describing it to herself at 2 in the morning in the guest bed at Renata's house, where she had been sleeping on and off since the studio Tuesday, keeping it to data because data was manageable. Renata was quiet through all of it. When Dianne stopped, Renata said, I'm coming over. You don't have to. I'm not offering. I'm telling you. Renata. Dianne. The way she said it, same weight back, same frequency, was its own whole language, the one that only existed between them, assembled over 38 years of the specific intimacy of sisters who were fundamentally different people and had chosen each other anyway. You've been carrying this for 2 weeks and sleeping on my pull-out and not telling me why, and I have been giving you space because I could see you needed it and I am done giving you space because I can see you need something else now. Dianne sat down on the kitchen floor, which was something she did when phone calls became too large for chairs, had done since she was small. Her back against the cabinet under the sink, her knees up. I'm not sleeping on your pull-out right now. I'm at the apartment. Why are you at the apartment? Because I needed to be somewhere I could spread out. Set things up. Set what things up? She had not meant to say it. She had been not saying it for 45 minutes, which was a personal record. I'd been working through everything. The timeline. The evidence. I have someone helping me. A silence. Someone. Yes. Who? Her name is Mika. It's complicated. Her husband is involved. Another silence, this one longer and with a different texture. She could hear Renata assembling the information, sorting it, arriving at the correct conclusion with the speed she brought to all logistical problems. Her husband, Renata said, is Jerome's. Yes. Ah. It's not, she stopped. We're building a case. She's very organized. She does research professionally. How long have you been working with her? 2 weeks. 2 weeks. A pause. How much time do you spend with her? It varies. We meet when we have new information. She paused. And sometimes we have dinner. Because it's late and one of us has cooked and it seems practical. Practical. Yes. You've said her name, Renata said, 6 times in the last 10 minutes. Dianne opened her mouth and closed it. She looked at the underside of the kitchen cabinet. She thought, there is no good response to that. The situation is complicated, she said. Dianne. Don't. I'm just saying her name. I know what you're doing. What am I doing? She shifted her back against the cabinet. Outside the kitchen window the Sunday afternoon was going about its business, clouds moving in from the west, the particular flat gray of a city sky preparing for rain. She thought about Mika at the whiteboard with the blue marker, precise and smallish-handed and completely absorbed. She thought about Mika on the couch with the poetry book, not quite reading it, her thumb holding a page she had probably read 3 times. She thought about the drive home from the dinner, which she had not been present for but which she had constructed in her mind nonetheless, Mika in the car, alone, the city going past. The situation is complicated, she said again. Renata said, you've been saying her name the way you say the name of something you're trying not to think about. She did not answer this. Dianne. I know, she said. Very quietly. I know. A pause. Then Renata, with the particular gentleness she brought to the rare moments she chose to be gentle, is she good to you? Something about the question, the specific simplicity of it, the way it went straight past everything complicated to the only thing that actually mattered, made Diane's eyes sting in the way they stung when she was not expecting to be moved and was moved. She stopped. Tried again. She's very honest. And she pays attention. And she doesn't pretend things are fine when they aren't, and she doesn't, she paused. She doesn't need me to be the person who makes the room warmer. She's fine with the room being whatever temperature it is. Renata was quiet for a moment. She sounds, Renata said, carefully, like someone worth being scared of. Yes, Dianne said. She is. She had been tired lately. Not the tired of grief, which she knew the texture of now and which was a heavy, blunt thing. This was a different tired, a background fatigue that had been accumulating for a few weeks, that she had been chalking up to the stress of the Jerome situation and the disrupted sleep at Renata's and the general physical toll of having your life reorganize itself without your permission. She mentioned it to Renata, in passing, toward the end of the call, the way you mention small things when you are wrapping up a large conversation and your body is finally loosening from the effort of the large thing. Renata said, Are you eating? Yes. Properly. I'm eating very well, actually. This was true. She had been cooking more than usual, which was what she did when other people were in pain and now, apparently, when she herself was. She had made the lamb twice. She had made the risotto and thought about the 24th entry for the notebook and decided not to make the entry because the notebook felt like something that belonged to a different version of her life. Go to bed early, Renata said. Drink water. Call me tomorrow. I'll call you when I call you. Tomorrow, Dianne. Fine. Tomorrow. She hung up and stayed on the kitchen floor for a while longer, back against the cabinet, knees up, the Sunday light going flat and gray through the window. She thought about what Renata had said, someone worth being scared of. She thought about the specific quality of being around Mika, the aliveness of it, the feeling of having all her attention available, which was unusual for her. She was usually attending to multiple things, multiple people, her attention distributed like a resource she was managing. Around Mika it collected. She got up off the floor. She made tea and took it to the couch and picked up the book she had been reading, a novel about 2 people who kept missing each other across decades, which she had recommended to Mika in her head 3 times already and was waiting to finish before she did, and she opened it and read 2 pages and then closed it. She was tired again. The bone behind the eyes kind. She had been getting enough sleep, mostly. She could not account for the fatigue. She lay down on the couch and pulled the blanket over herself and told herself she would rest for 20 minutes and woke up 2 hours later in the dark with her phone lighting up on the coffee table. Mika, Seb Whitmore has a LinkedIn too. I found something. She sat up. Read it again. Typed, tell me. The reply came, better in person. Tomorrow? She typed, yes. Then, because she was just awake and the room was dark and she was honest when she was just awake, good find. She watched the 3 dots. You'd have found it, came back. You notice things. She put her phone down on the blanket. She lay back in the dark. She thought, I am in a significant amount of trouble. She thought this with a kind of warmth she had not expected. Chapter 12, The Night They Almost. Dianne. The takeout had been Mika's idea, which meant it was Thai, which Dianne accepted without complaint because Mika had been at the apartment since 6 and it was now nearly 9 and neither of them had thought about dinner until Mika's stomach made a sound audible from across the room and they had both pretended not to notice and then both started laughing. The investigation was effectively complete. She understood this in the way you understood a piece of work was finished, not because you had run out of things to add but because adding anything else would be padding. The timeline was full. The evidence was organized. The separate credit card had a 14-month statement. They had Edinburgh, and February, and a hotel receipt from April that coincided with a work trip that Jerome had taken to a conference that Mika had confirmed, through the conference's public registration records, that Cole had also attended. They had Seb Whitmore's inadvertent confirmation, which Mika had extracted from his LinkedIn posts with the specific focus of someone reading a text for subtext and finding it full of it. They had, in short, the complete picture. The whiteboard behind them was covered. Blue marker, Mika's small precise hand, 14 months of a life she had not known was happening. They were sitting on the floor. This had happened gradually, the way most things happened between them, not decided, just accumulated. Mika had sat on the floor to spread the last of the documents out more efficiently, and then Dianne had sat down because the couch felt too far away from the documents, and then the documents had been sorted and filed and neither of them had moved from the floor, and then the takeout had arrived and they had eaten it there, containers open between them, chopsticks, the specific comfortable disorder of a meal eaten on a floor at 9 in the evening. The wine was Dianne's. Mika had not asked for it and Dianne had opened it without asking, which had become simply the rhythm of their evenings. What do we do with it? Dianne said. She did not mean, what do we do with the evidence? She had said this already in the coffee shop, weeks ago, and Mika had said I don't know yet, and the answer had not changed. She meant what she had said then, what do we do with each other? Now that the case was closed. Now that the shape of the thing they had been building toward was visible and they were sitting in it. Mika looked at the whiteboard instead of at her. I don't know, Mika said. I know you don't know. I'm asking anyway. That's not efficient. No. She turned the wine glass in her hands. What do you want to do? Not with Cole. With this. She did not gesture between them, which she wanted to. She kept her hands on the glass. You said, in the coffee shop, the first day, you said I'm the only other person who knows what the last 4 days felt like. Do you still think that? Mika was quiet for a moment. She had the look she had when she was being genuinely honest rather than performing honesty, a slight stillness, a quality of attention that turned inward before it came back out. I think, she said, that you are the only person I have told true things to in the past month. True things. Things I haven't organized first. She thought about this. She thought about the conversations, the floor conversations, the dinner conversations, the late evening ones that went to the bottom of things, the ones that had started as evidence reviews and become something else without either of them navigating them there. She thought about Mika saying it feels like finding out the building wasn't the building you thought it was, and the specific accuracy of it, the way the sentence had landed somewhere she hadn't known was waiting for it. Can I tell you something? She said. Yes. I think I was unhappy. She said it slowly, feeling it out as she said it. In the marriage. Not all the time. Not Jerome was a good part of my life. But I think I was performing a version of happiness that was close enough to the real thing that I stopped checking whether they were the same. And Jerome's, whatever this is, whatever he's been doing, it broke my heart, and it also took something away from me that I had been hiding behind. Mika was looking at her now. Not moving. The hiding, Dianne said. The performance of being a good wife. Of being someone whose whole self makes sense inside a marriage. I think I used that. I think I hid inside the role. She paused. I think I was so busy loving Jerome that I forgot to ask whether the life I was building around that love was actually mine. The room was quiet. Outside, somewhere, a car alarm started and then stopped. The wine was open. The takeout containers were empty. The whiteboard was full of 14 months of someone else's secret. I know, Mika said. I know you know. She looked at her. I think that's why I don't hate you. You came and broke my door down and I should hate you for it and I don't, because you couldn't have done it if part of me hadn't already known the door needed breaking. Mika reached out and touched her hand. Not tentatively, the way she did most things, precisely, without performance. 2 fingers against the back of Dianne's hand, resting there. It was not a large gesture. It was the size of, I'm here. It was the size of, I heard you. It was the size of something Dianne felt all the way to the back of her throat. She turned her hand over. Mika's fingers curled against her palm, lightly, and held. The room went very still in the specific way of a moment that has weight. She was aware of it, the distance between them on the floor, not large, the wine and the takeout and the whiteboard and the 14 months between them and something else, something that had been building in the particular way that things built between people who were both very careful and very aware and had been not naming something for weeks. She looked at Mika. Mika was looking back. Mika. She had not meant to reach out. Or rather, she had been not reaching out for 2 weeks in the specific deliberate way you chose not to do something, which was not the same as not wanting to do it. She had been keeping the distance that felt correct, the distance of 2 women in a specific situation who were becoming something to each other that neither of them had named because naming it felt either premature or catastrophic or both. But Dianne had said, I hid inside the role, and Mika had heard in it the precise echo of her own life, her own marriage, the way she had organized herself around being Cole's wife in the quiet and total way she organized everything, and something in her chest had moved in a way that bypassed the organizing function entirely. So she had reached out. Dianne's fingers curled against her palm and the contact was warm and very real and she thought, I have been trying not to want this for 2 weeks. She thought, that effort has been significant and not entirely successful. She thought, her hand is very warm. She looked at Dianne. Dianne was looking back with the expression she had, the clear, patient, no performance expression that meant she was fully present and fully honest and was not going anywhere. Under the lamp and in the wine light and with the quiet of the late apartment around them, Dianne's dark eyes with their slight downward tilt were, she was. Her phone rang. The sound was enormous in the stillness. She registered it before she could stop registering it, the ringtone she had not changed since her old life, familiar and suddenly jarring. She looked at the screen. Cole. She looked at it for 1 ring. 2. She looked at Dianne. Dianne's face was very still. Not closed, she had not pulled back, had not changed anything about how she was sitting or where her hands were, but still in the specific way of someone waiting to see what someone else would choose. She answered it. She did not know why she answered it. She would think about this later, when she had time to think about it honestly, why she had answered, when she could have let it ring, when she had known perfectly well she did not want to hear what Cole had to say and could have let the voicemail take it. She answered it because she was Mika Calloway and she answered things. Because her phone rang and her hand moved. Because the moment had been very close to something and she had chosen, without deciding, to interrupt it. I need to pick up the rest of my things, Cole said. He had moved out 6 days ago, quietly, without drama, a suitcase and a box and the mutual understanding that the conversation was coming and this was not yet it. Can I come by Tuesday? Tuesday is fine, she said. Thank you. A pause. How are you? Fine. The word was automatic, worn smooth. Tuesday afternoon is better than morning. I'll be there at 2. She hung up and sat for a moment with the phone in her hand in the hallway, the door behind her open, the living room light coming through. She could hear nothing from the other side of the door. She thought about what she was doing, which was standing in a hallway choosing to be in a hallway rather than the room she had been in 30 seconds ago, and she understood the choice for what it was. Dianne. He had answered it. She sat on the floor of her living room with her hand in her lap and listened to the low murmur of Mika's voice in the hallway and looked at the whiteboard and the takeout containers and the open wine and thought, okay. Not with bitterness. With the specific patient sadness of someone who understood why a thing had happened even while wishing it hadn't. Mika had answered it because Mika was the person who answered things. Because the moment had been large and real and getting larger, and Mika, who was very good at controlling the things she allowed to reach her, had chosen a way out. She understood this. She was not angry. She was only sitting on the floor with the warmth of a hand still faintly present and the quiet, very clear knowledge that the thing she had been not naming had a name. She knew its name. She was not ready to say it yet. Mika came back into the room. She stood in the doorway for a moment, not entering fully, her hand on the frame, and her face was composed, fully composed, the composure so complete and so careful that Dianne felt it as the thing it was, the face you made when you were afraid of what your face would do if you let it. I should go, Mika said. I know. It's late. It is. A pause. Mika looked at the floor and then at the whiteboard and then, briefly, at Dianne's hand, which was still turned palm up in her lap the way it had been when their fingers had been laced together. Dianne. I know, she said again. Go. It's fine. It was not fine. They both knew it was not fine. But they also both knew that fine was the word for when something needed to be handled carefully and no other word was close enough to safe to use. Mika picked up her bag. She said goodnight. She did not look at Dianne when she said it, and Dianne did not look at her when she answered. The door closed. She sat on the floor alone. After a while she gathered the takeout containers and put them in the bin and washed the wine glasses and turned off the lamp and went to bed, and she lay in the dark and thought about the specific weight of a hand held for less than a minute and how long 14 months was and how strange it was that the worst year of her life had produced the thing she was most afraid of losing. She thought, I know exactly what I feel. She thought, I am going to have to be so patient. She was not, by nature, a patient person. She closed her eyes. Chapter 13, Proof. She had found Seb Whitmore's direct line through his company's staff directory, which was publicly listed and which had required approximately 4 minutes of searching, and she had called it on a Wednesday morning and said, My name is Mika Calloway. I believe we have some mutual connections. I was hoping we could meet. She had chosen her words carefully, which meant she had chosen them to be technically accurate and maximally ambiguous until she was in the room and could read the situation directly. He had agreed with the nervous willingness of a man who suspected something was wrong and was hoping that agreeing would prevent the wrong thing from being what he thought it was. She had picked the coffee shop 2 streets from his office. Dianne had wanted to come. They had argued about it for 7 minutes, which was a longer argument than they usually had, and Mika had won on the grounds that 2 women asking the questions would change the dynamic of the conversation in ways that were harder to manage, and Dianne had conceded with the specific look she had when she was conceding something she disagreed with and planned to bring up again later. She had texted Dianne afterward, leaving now. Meet me at yours. Now she was in Dianne's car outside Seb's office building with the complete picture assembled between them on Dianne's phone, where Mika had been talking through what Seb had told her while Dianne drove. Dianne had pulled over 2 blocks from the office because she'd needed to stop moving to listen properly, and now the car was parked with the engine off and neither of them was moving. He's known, Dianne said. Not all of it. Not the full picture. But he's been knowing adjacent for about 4 months, and the knowing adjacent had been making him very uncomfortable. What did he say exactly? He said, she pulled out her phone and read from the notes she had made immediately after, in the car, before she drove anywhere. He said, I introduced them, you see, at a work thing, and I thought nothing of it, and then I started noticing they were always at the same things, and then Jerome said something once about, and then he stopped and said he didn't think it was his place to speculate, and I said it was his place now, and he said he'd seen them together in March. At a restaurant. He thought it might have been work. He spent 2 months convincing himself it was work. Dianne was looking out the windshield. Her hands were on the steering wheel even though the car was parked, both hands, at an exact 10 and 2 that Mika recognized as the thing Dianne did with her hands when she needed them occupied. He's terrified, Mika said. Of both of us. Specifically of you, I think, because Jerome has talked about you. He seemed to feel that you were, he said, she's rather formidable, which I think was British for, I am certain she is going to be very upset. Something that was not quite a laugh moved through Diane's body. Jerome said I was formidable. Among other things. Seb described you as warm and really quite funny. He seemed genuinely fond of you. Did he? She was quiet for a moment. Did he confirm it? Explicitly. Not suspicion, confirmation. He confirmed it. He said he confronted Jerome about it 3 weeks ago, after he couldn't unknow it anymore. Jerome admitted it. A pause. He said Jerome cried. Dianne closed her eyes briefly. Opened them. Of course he did. Seb says he says Jerome is genuinely in love with Cole. That it wasn't casual. That he's been in love with him for the full 14 months and possibly longer. She paused. Watched Diane's face. I thought you should know that. All of it. Because knowing he was in love is worse or better than the alternative? I don't know. I thought you'd want the whole truth. Dianne was quiet for a long moment. The street outside was doing its Wednesday business, a FedEx truck double-parked, a man walking fast with his phone to his ear, 2 women sharing an umbrella though it wasn't raining yet. The ordinary midweek world, completely indifferent. Cole, Dianne said. Did Seb say anything about Cole? He said Cole seemed relieved. After the last few months. He said, Cole's been carrying something very heavy for a very long time and I think he's put it down. She paused. He looked apologetic when he said it. He knew it was not the neutral observation he was framing it as. Dianne nodded slowly. Mika looked at the screen of her phone. The notes, the credit card statement, the Edinburgh dates, the February dates, Seb's confirmation. The full picture, assembled. She had what she had come for, she had had it since the paper trail session in the apartment, and now she had the last piece, the human confirmation, the voice that had been in the room. She had won the investigation. She put her phone in her bag. Outside, the first drops of rain appeared on the windshield, tentative and then more certain. I thought I'd feel something different, she said. When it was all there. What did you feel when he confirmed it? She thought about this. The same thing I felt when I read the first message. The relief of knowing. And then, after, just the size of it. She paused. The size of 14 months. Dianne turned to look at her. We have it, Dianne said. We have everything we need. Yes. So we tell them. Yes. And then what? The question was the same question from the coffee shop, the same question from the floor of the apartment. Mika had been circling it since the beginning without landing on it because landing on it required something she had not yet been ready for, the admission that the investigation had never been the point. The investigation was what she had built around the point. The point was the thing she had been organizing around since a Tuesday morning in a parking garage when she had looked at a profile photo of a woman with dark eyes and an unself-conscious smile and had felt something she had not yet named and was running out of room to avoid naming. She looked at Dianne. Dianne was looking back with the expression she had, the open, patient, honest expression, the one that did not require Mika to be anyone other than who she was. I don't know what comes next, Mika said. Carefully. Honestly. With them. The divorce or the negotiation or whatever it becomes. I don't know yet. That wasn't the question. I know it wasn't. They looked at each other. The rain was coming down properly now, the windshield going opaque, the world outside reduced to shapes and colors, and inside the car it was quiet and warm and the complete picture was assembled and there was no more investigation left to hide behind. Dianne, she said. Dianne said, I know. I don't know how to do this. Any of this. The marriage ending, and whatever this is. She paused. I am not good at this. I know you're not. Dianne said it without unkindness. You're also the most honest person I have met in the past month, which is saying something given that the past month has been extremely clarifying about honesty. She turned in her seat to face her more fully. I'm not asking you to know how to do it. I'm not asking you to be good at it. I'm just asking you to stay in it. With me. A beat. We don't have to name it yet. She said, okay. She meant it. She said it the way she had learned to say things since the parking garage, without organizing it first, without knowing exactly what it would cost, letting it be real before it was finished. Okay, Dianne said back. The rain came down. Neither of them moved to start the car for a while. When they did, it was Dianne who reached for the ignition, and Mika who said, "Where do you want to go?" and Dianne who said, "Back to mine," and Mika who said yes. Simple as that. The investigation was over. Something else was beginning, unnamed and fragile and real, and neither of them pushed it faster than it was ready to go. They drove back through the rain and the Wednesday afternoon, and Dianne made tea without asking, and Mika sat at the kitchen table with the wobbly rear leg, and they did not talk about Cole or Jerome or Seb or February, and neither of them mentioned what had almost happened on the floor 3 days ago. They did not need to. The question was still hanging where Dianne had left it in the car. They both knew it was still there. They let it hang. Chapter 14, The Confrontation. Mika. She chose a Thursday. Not for any particular reason except that Thursday was the day Cole had always worked from home, which meant he would be there, which meant she would not have to engineer a meeting or explain that she needed one. She had been living at the apartment, Cole had not been there since the suitcase and the box, and this had been neither discussed nor formalized. It had simply happened the way things happened between two people who were very careful with each other. She had the apartment. He had wherever he was staying. She suspected Jerome's, and then corrected herself, not Jerome's. Not anymore. Jerome was at his own somewhere. She texted, "Are you home today?" He replied, "Yes." "You coming by?" She replied, "Yes." "This afternoon." She told no one. She did not call Gia, who would have offered to come. She did not text Dianne, who had known this morning was the morning, who had simply said, "Call me after," and left it there. She drove to the apartment alone and parked in the spot she had always parked in and took the elevator to the floor she had lived on for 3 years and let herself in with the key she still had. Cole was at the kitchen table with his laptop. He looked up when she came in and the look on his face was careful and warm and tired, the look of someone who has been waiting for a thing and is not relieved it has arrived but is relieved the waiting is over. "Hey," he said. "Hey." She set her bag down on the counter. She stood in the kitchen of the apartment she had kept immaculate for 3 years and looked at the man she had been married to for 3 of them and felt, she took inventory, as she always did, honestly, felt something that was not rage and not grief and was not love exactly and was not love. It was the feeling of 7 years. It was the specific weight of something true that had been built on something incomplete. "I know," she said. He closed his laptop. "I know about Jerome," she said. "I know how long. I know the Edinburgh trip and the February credit card and the hotel on the 14th. I know he confirmed it to Seb 3 weeks ago." She paused. "I am not here to perform anger at you. I'm here because I need you to tell me the truth, and I think you're ready to." Cole looked at his hands on the table. He was quiet for a moment, the quietness of a man who has been holding something very heavy and has just been told he can put it down. "Yes," he said. "Okay." A breath. "Yes." "When did it start?" 14 months ago. At the conference in Edinburgh. We'd met a few times before, at work things, but Edinburgh was when he stopped. When I understood what it was. "Did you intend to tell me?" He looked at her then. His face was honest. She had always valued this about Cole, the honesty of his face, even when he was saying things that were difficult. "I kept meaning to. I told myself I'd figure out how. And I didn't. And the longer I didn't, the more." He stopped again. "There's no version of this that makes me look like I did the right thing." "No," she said. "There isn't. I'm sorry, Mika." I am genuinely, actually sorry. Not for Jerome. I can't be sorry for Jerome. But for the way I handled it. For letting you live in, for not being honest earlier. She had expected to feel more when he said it. She noted this, that the apology landed and registered and was real, and that the feeling it produced in her was quieter than she had expected, more tired than raw. She thought about what Dianne had said, I think I was unhappy. She thought about 7 years. She thought about Cole at the restaurant, relaxed and familiar, and the way she had loved him the way you loved something familiar and safe, and whether familiar and safe had ever been the same thing as the real thing. Do you love him? She said. Cole looked at his hands again. Then up. Yes. She nodded. Are you going to be okay? He said. I'm working on it. Mika. Cole. She said it the way she said things when she wanted them to be the end of a thread rather than the beginning of one. We made a marriage that worked for both of us until it didn't. I don't think either of us was lying about the good parts. I think we were both living inside a shape that didn't quite fit us, and neither of us looked at it long enough to see that. He was quiet. But what you did, she said. The 14 months. Letting me be in that marriage while you were in this other thing. That's the part one need to be angry about for a while. I can hold both. I know, he said. You can hold anything. She thought, that's the whole problem. She picked up her bag. She stood at the kitchen counter of the apartment she had made immaculate and thought about the picture frame she had straightened on a Sunday morning, and she thought about what it had cost to keep everything in its place. I'll have my lawyer call yours, she said. About the practical things. Okay. Is Jerome, are you? She stopped. Tried again. Where are you staying? A short-term flat. Near his office. Not with him yet, then. She did not examine her response to this, which was complicated. All right, she said. She went to the door. She stood in the doorway of the apartment for a moment, the last time, she was almost certain, that she would stand in it, and she looked at the kitchen, the counter, the table where Cole was sitting with his laptop and his honest face and his relief and his guilt. Cole, she said. He looked up. I hope it was worth it. She said it without bitterness. She meant it as a genuine thing. I hope it's real, and I hope it was worth what you broke to get to it. He looked at her for a long moment. It is, he said. It's very real. She nodded. She left. She did not cry in the elevator. She was aware of this as a choice that was also not a choice, the deep training of a lifetime, and she thought, later. Later she would let it be as large as it was. In the elevator she breathed and counted floors, and when the door opened she walked to her car and got in and sat for a moment with her hands on the wheel. She picked up her phone. She typed, "How are you?" She sent it to Dianne and put the phone in the cup holder and looked out the windshield at the parking garage of the building she had lived in for 3 years. Her phone lit up, terrible. You? She typed, also terrible. She looked at it. Then, come over. She drove. Dianne. Jerome cried. She had known he would. She had known it in the same way she knew most things about Jerome, from 6 years of careful, involuntary attention, from having learned every variation of his face, from knowing the difference between his social composure and the places underneath it where things actually happened. She had not cried. This surprised her. She had been expecting to cry, she cried easily and without self-consciousness, had always been this way. It was a thing Jerome had once described as one of her most beautiful qualities, and which she now understood he had also found inconvenient. She had gone to the apartment, their apartment, though she had not been sleeping there, had been at Renata's and then at her own for the past 2 weeks, expecting to cry, and she had stood in the living room across from Jerome and he had said her name and she had felt the specific precision of 6 years of love and she had not cried. She had been too angry. Not the hot anger she had expected. Something colder and more specific, the anger of a woman who has understood, at last, the precise nature of the thing that was done to her. You let me keep loving you, she said. Dianne. No. I need you to hear that. You knew, and you let me keep loving you. You sat at my dinner parties and you watched me across the room and you let me read that as love and you let me. She stopped. Her hands were moving, she could not stop her hands. I thought you thought I was too much. I thought the distance was because I was overwhelming you. I spent 6 months trying to be less so that you could. She stopped again. Do you know how much energy I spent trying to be less for you? I know, Jerome said. He said it like it cost him. You don't. Because if you knew, you would have said something. You would have said, Dianne, it's not you. You would have given me that, at minimum. He was sitting on the couch. She had not sat down. She was standing in the middle of the living room with the furniture she had chosen and the prints she had hung and the rug she had had to argue Jerome into, and all of it was hers and none of it felt like hers right now. It all felt like the set of a performance she had been delivering without knowing it was a performance. I didn't know how, he said. I didn't know how to say it. And I kept thinking I'd figure out how, and the longer it went on, Dianne, I love you. I have always loved you. Not the way I needed to be loved. He was quiet for a moment. No, he said. Not the way you deserved. She thought about what Mika had told her Seb had said, that Jerome had cried when he admitted it. That he was genuinely in love with Cole. She thought about the difference between a man who loved her and a man who was in love with someone else while loving her, and how those two things could both be true and both be entirely insufficient. The baby, she said. His face changed. She had not meant to say it yet. It had been a thing she had been holding very carefully, a thing that was hers, that she had not told him and had not told Mika and had not told anyone except Renata, who had been with her at the hospital, and herself, in the dark of the guest bed, in the small hours. But she said it because she was Dianne Vasquez and she felt things with her whole self and she was in this room and she was angry and she needed him to understand the full cost. There was a pregnancy, she said. I found out 4 weeks ago. It was 11 weeks along. I lost it last week. Jerome looked at her. The room was very still. I didn't tell you, she said. I didn't want to tell you. I was still figuring out what I wanted for myself, separate from you and your opinion of it and what it meant for the marriage. And then I lost it before I had to decide. She paused. I'm telling you now because you should know. Because it was real and it happened while you were. She stopped. While all of this was happening. He stood up. She held up a hand and he stopped. Don't, she said. I don't want you to comfort me. I am telling you so that you know. That's all. He sat back down. He was crying, which she had known he would do, and she felt it, not warmly, not with the instinct she'd always had to comfort him when he cried, felt it as information. As the last piece of the picture. He was a man who loved her and had been cruel to her through his cowardice and was genuinely devastated by the cost of it, and all of those things were true at once and none of them were enough. She picked up her bag from the armchair. The apartment is mine, she said. I chose everything in it. You can have the car and the storage unit and we can talk through the rest through our lawyers. She paused. I want the prints. They're yours, he said, immediately. And the rug. Dianne. Everything in here is yours. Whatever you want. She nodded. She crossed to the door. She stopped with her hand on the frame and looked back at him, at Jerome, who had been the shape of her life for 6 years, who had watched her across rooms and refilled her wine glass without asking and told her she was too much and meant it with some love in it and some self-protection, and who had loved her as well as he knew how, which was not the same as well enough. I hope Cole makes you happy, she said. She meant it. She had discovered, to her own surprise, somewhere in the weeks of the investigation, that she was capable of meaning it. I hope you figure out how to deserve him. She left. In the elevator she pressed her back against the wall and breathed. Outside, she got into her car and sat and the anger began to thin, as anger did, and underneath it was something quieter and more lasting, not grief exactly, or not only grief. Something that felt, she thought, like the beginning of space. The beginning of room to be a person who was not a wife, not a caretaker, not the woman who made the room warmer. Just Dianne. Whoever that was going to turn out to be. Her phone lit up. "How are you?" She typed, "Terrible." "You?" The reply came, also terrible. She looked at it. "Come over," she sent back. She looked at that for a moment and thought about the floor of the apartment and the hand held and the phone call that had interrupted it, and she thought about patience, which she was not built for but was practicing. She thought, "She's coming over." She started the car. She drove home. Chapter 15, What Gia Sees. Gia arrived at the restaurant first, which she always did, because she was constitutionally incapable of being late to anything and constitutionally incapable of admitting this about herself, and so she was always already there when you arrived and had a way of making it seem like she had simply materialized at the table rather than been waiting. She was reading something on her phone when Mika arrived, and she looked up and said, "You're 2 minutes early," and then, before Mika could respond, "Who is this woman?" Mika sat down. "Hello, Gia. I'm serious. You've been different for 3 weeks. You're sleeping less but you seem more awake. You cleaned your apartment twice in 1 week. You don't know that. I came by on Tuesday and the grout was white, Mika." "The grout is never white." She picked up the menu, which was not a deflection, or was at least not only a deflection. "She'll be here in 10 minutes. You engineered this. I introduced 2 people I thought should meet. That's a normal social behavior. You have never in your life introduced people for social reasons. You introduce people for operational ones." Gia set down her phone and looked at her with the specific attention of 13 years of close friendship, which was the most accurate instrument Mika had ever been subjected to and the one she could least afford to be careless around. "You want me to confirm something. I want you to meet someone." "Same thing." A pause. "Tell me about her before she gets here." So she told her. Not the way she had told Gia things in the parking garage, the careful outline, the managed edges, but more, because Gia had earned more and because the past 3 weeks had done something to Mika's relationship with the managed version of herself and she was less comfortable with it than she used to be. She told her about the coffee shop and the whiteboard and the dinners that had started for practical reasons and were now happening because they were happening. She told her about the book, Gia's eyebrows went up at the book, and about the floor of the apartment and the hand held and the phone call she had answered. When she stopped, Gia was quiet for a moment. "You answered it," she said. "Yes. Cole calls, and you answer." It was a reflex. It was a choice. Mika looked at the table. "I know. Are you going to keep making that choice?" She thought about this honestly. "No," she said. "I don't think so." Gia nodded, slowly. "And Dianne knows?" "That you?" "She knows. We don't talk about it directly. She paused. "It's careful. We're being careful with it. Because of the timing. Because of everything. The timing, the marriage, the situation is still active. Cole's things are half out of the apartment. Jerome and Dianne haven't agreed on anything practical yet. It's not," she stopped. "I'm trying to be honest about what it actually is rather than deciding what it is and fitting it into the shape of that decision." Gia looked at her. "What?" Mika said. "Nothing. I've just never heard you say something like that before." "Like what?" "Honest about what it actually is." Gia said it with the careful gentleness of someone placing a fragile thing on a table. Rather than deciding and then fitting. She looked at the menu. "She did something to you," Gia said. It was not an accusation. "Several things." "Good ones?" "I'll tell you after you meet her." Dianne arrived at 12 minutes past, which was 2 minutes late, and Gia stood up before Mika could, which was very Gia, and said, "Dianne. I've heard almost nothing, which in Mika's language means a great deal." She extended her hand. "Gia Moreau. I've known Mika since she was 20 and insufferable." "Was she?" Dianne said, shaking it. Her eyes flicked to Mika with something private and warm. She was very controlled, Gia said. It was extremely irritating and you couldn't help finding it compelling. I suspect that hasn't changed. She sat back down. Sit. Tell me about the interior design. Mika told me nothing useful. Dianne sat and laughed, the real one, the unguarded one, and Mika watched Gia take it in and register it with the precision of someone calibrating an instrument. They talked for 2 hours. Mika participated and also watched, the dual consciousness she hadn't been able to disable since she was small, and what she watched was Gia and Dianne finding their frequency within the first 15 minutes and settling into it with the ease of two people who had been, in some way, waiting for the other kind of person. Gia fast and incisive, interrupting herself, finishing other people's sentences with the specific confidence of someone who usually got them right. Dianne keeping up without effort, landing her own points with a warmth that was not strategy but made everything easier. They argued about a film, which Mika had not expected but probably should have, and then they argued about a book, and somewhere in the argument about the book Mika stopped tracking the content and started tracking the quality of it, which was, two people who were genuinely enjoying themselves. She thought, I did the right thing, bringing them together. She thought, Gia is going to have opinions about this. After, Dianne went to the bathroom, and Gia leaned across the table immediately, before the sound space had quite closed, and said, she's extraordinary. Mika said, I know. Don't you dare let that woman go. Gia. I mean it. Whatever you're being careful about, whatever the timing is, whatever shape this is in right now, she paused. She looks at you the way people look at things they're trying not to want too much. I've been watching her do it for 2 hours. And you've been looking at the table every time she does. She had not been aware she was doing that. She filed it. We're being careful, she said. Be careful faster, Gia said, and sat back as Dianne returned. The lunch ended the way good lunches ended, not with a conclusion but with the running over into the street, the standing on the pavement still talking, the reluctant goodbye that went through 2 false endings before anyone actually left. Gia hugged Dianne, which was not something she did with most people she had just met, and then she hugged Mika and said quietly into her hair, she's good. Don't overthink it. Then she was gone, the way she always went, abruptly, with a wave, no drawn-out leaving. Dianne and Mika stood on the pavement. She's terrifying, Dianne said. Yes. I like her very much. She likes you. That was obvious. Dianne looked at her. The afternoon light was doing the thing it did in autumn, low and golden and very honest, and in it Diane's face was warm and close and entirely readable if you knew what you were reading. What did she say to you? When I was in the bathroom. Mika considered several responses. She said you were extraordinary, she said. Which is what I would have told her if she'd asked, so. Something moved in Diane's face, not surprise, something quieter, the expression of a person receiving a thing they had been hoping for and not entirely expecting. So, Dianne said. So. A beat. I have a client at 3, Dianne said. I should get back to the office. Right. They stood on the pavement for another moment that was almost something and then was a goodbye, the same as the first time, except that this time when they turned in different directions Mika looked back. Dianne was already looking back. They both turned away. Mika walked 2 blocks to her car and got in and sat for a moment. The city was bright and unhurried around her. She thought about Gia's voice, don't overthink it. She thought about what overthinking had cost her, broadly, and in the specific context of the last 3 weeks, and she thought about the phone call she had answered on the floor of the apartment and the look on Diane's face when she came back from the hallway. She picked up her phone. She typed, Gia texted me already. 3 dots. Then, what did she say? She typed, don't you dare let that woman go. She looked at this for a moment, then sent it. The dots appeared and disappeared and appeared again. Then, good advice. Then, a second later, she said that about me, right? Not about herself. She laughed, alone in the car, a real one, unguarded, from somewhere in her chest that had been less available than usual until recently. She typed, "Yes, Dianne. Just checking," came back. And then the wave emoji spelled out, "waving hand." She put her phone down. She sat in the car and thought about the rest of the day, the work waiting for her, the empty apartment, the practical calls she needed to make to lawyers and banks and the storage unit company about the lease. She thought about all of it with the calm of someone who had accepted that life was currently a construction site and had stopped pretending it wasn't. She thought about Diane's face in the afternoon light. She drove back to the office. The afternoon passed. At 4:30, a text from a number she did not recognize. "This is Renata. Diane's sister. She doesn't know I have your number, but she gave it to me for emergencies. I'm going to be honest with you. I spent 6 years watching my sister love someone who was somewhere else. I don't fully understand what's happening between you two, and I'm not going to pretend I do. But she's different since you. And I need you to know that I'm watching, and I'm not subtle, and if you're not serious about this, now is the time to not be serious." Mika read this 3 times. She typed, "I'm serious." She sent it. A pause. Then, "Good. Don't tell her I texted you." "I won't," she sent back. She put her phone down and went back to the brief she had been working on and thought, "Dianne Vasquez has just decided to trust me, which is either the most frightening thing that has happened this week or the most important." She thought, probably both. She went back to work. Chapter 16, Tuesday. She found out on a Tuesday. This was the detail that kept presenting itself to her in the weeks that followed, the small fact of the day, as if the day of the week mattered, as if a Tuesday had a different quality of disaster than a Wednesday or a Friday. She would think about it later and understand why it lodged. Tuesday was the most ordinary day. Nothing happened on Tuesdays. Tuesdays were for errands and unremarkable lunches and the low-grade productivity of midweek. You did not expect your life to reorganize itself on a Tuesday. You expected it to wait for a weekend, at least. For a day with some weight to it. She had been at Renata's for 2 nights. Not because she couldn't be at the apartment, she had gone back to the apartment since the confrontation, had stood in the middle of the living room and looked at the rug she had argued Jerome into and felt something that was more like anthropological interest than grief, the detached curiosity of a person examining a place they used to live, but because Renata had asked her to stay a few days and Dianne had not wanted to say no to the one person who had been asking her very little and giving her very much. The pull-out sofa smelled like dog in the lavender fabric softener Renata used for everything, which was an aggressively domestic smell that Dianne found, to her own surprise, genuinely comforting. She woke at 7 and lay for a moment in the flat gray light of Renata's spare room, taking inventory the way she had been doing every morning since this began, what she felt, what she needed, what the day required. She had gotten good at this. The daily accounting. She had always been a person who felt things immediately and fully and without filter, and she was learning, slowly, that even feeling things fully had a rhythm, a practice, a way of being managed not by suppression but by attention. She got up. She went to the bathroom. She noticed the fatigue first, as she had been noticing it for weeks, the deep bone behind, the eyes kind that sleep did not fully address. She had been attributing it to grief and the disrupted sleep and the general physical toll of having one life end and another one not yet begun. She had been eating well. She had been sleeping enough. The fatigue persisted. She noticed the other thing second. She sat on the edge of the bath and counted backward and counted again and then sat very still for a moment with the number in her head. Renata kept a supply of things under the bathroom cabinet in the organized, unsentimental way Renata kept everything, things you might need, accounted for and stocked without comment. Dianne found what she was looking for on the second shelf. She sat on the cold tile floor and waited. She did not know when she moved from sitting on the edge of the bath to sitting on the floor. She did not remember the transition. She became aware of the floor the way you became aware of things during shock, suddenly, as if the floor had appeared under you rather than always having been there. The tile was cold through the thin fabric of her sleep shirt. At close range, and then she went to make coffee like nothing had happened. She was getting good at that. She made the coffee and she sat at Renata's kitchen table and she drank it and she did not say anything when Renata came in 15 minutes later in her work clothes, bag over her shoulder, running 3 minutes behind her usual schedule and dealing with it the way she dealt with most problems, briskly and without drama. "There's coffee," Dianne said. "I see it. Thank you." Renata poured a travel cup. Looked at her. "You sleep okay?" "Fine. You look pale." "I'm always pale." "You're Latina, Dianne. You're not pale." She wrapped both hands around her mug. "I'm okay," she said. "Go to work. You're going to be late." Renata gave her the look she gave when she was choosing not to push, which was a specific look, narrowed slightly, a small compression of the mouth, that meant, "I see you, I'm not saying anything, we'll come back to this." She had been giving Dianne this look since they were children. It was one of the most familiar sights in Dianne's life. "I'll be home by 7, Renata said. "I'll make dinner." "You don't have to." "I want to." Renata left. The door closed. The apartment was quiet with the particular quality of morning quiet in someone else's space, and Dianne sat at the table and held her coffee and held the number 11 weeks inside her chest alongside everything else she was already holding, and found, to her own surprise, that it fit. That was the strangest thing. It fit. Among all the things that had broken and scattered and needed to be sorted and rebuilt, this thing, enormous and impossible and entirely unplanned, fit inside her as if it had always been there. As if it had been waiting in the architecture of her the way some things wait, patiently, without demanding to be noticed, until they were ready to be known. She would not tell Jerome. She was clear about this before she had finished the thought. Whatever this was, it was not his. Not his problem, not his decision, not his life to arrange around. She had spent 6 years making herself legible to him, adjusting and softening and fitting herself to the shape of what he needed, and she was not going to do that with this. This was hers. She thought about telling Mika. This surprised her more than anything else. Not Renata first, Renata who was here, who had given her the pull-out sofa and the lavender fabric softener, who would show up with her medication and not mention it, who was the most reliable person in Dianne's life. Mika. She thought about telling Mika the way you thought about telling the person who would understand the specific shape of the thing, not just the fact of it. Mika, who had sat on the floor with her. Mika, who had taken her hand. Mika, who had answered the phone and gone to the hallway and come back with her face entirely composed in the specific way that meant she was barely holding it, and who Dianne had let go home because some truths required their timing to be right. She thought about telling her and then she thought, not yet. Not because she didn't trust her. Because some things needed to be held alone first, needed to be yours in your body and your quiet before they became shared. She would tell her soon. She would tell her when she knew what she was telling. She finished her coffee. She washed the cup and set it to dry and went to get dressed, and the number 11 weeks went with her, tucked quietly against her sternum, a second heartbeat she was not yet ready to name out loud. The weeks passed in the way that weeks passed when they were carrying something large underneath the ordinary surface of things. She went back to her apartment. She began taking on small projects again, the kind that could be done remotely, from a laptop, without the studio. She cooked. She slept not well, but enough. She talked to Mika about the practical things, the lawyer, the apartment agreement with Jerome, the storage unit questions. She talked to Mika about the other things too, the ones that had no practical resolution, and Mika listened with the quality of attention she had always had, the full-body stillness of someone actually present. She did not tell her. She carried it in the way she was learning to carry things, carefully, with both hands, aware of the weight without being controlled by it. She noted, with the detached observational interest she was developing as a survival skill, that the weight was not only grief. That there was something else in it, something tentative and specific and hers, something that on certain mornings, before she was fully awake, felt almost like anticipation. She wanted it. She had not stopped knowing this. She wanted it on her own terms, in her own life, in the life she was building rather than the one she was leaving. She wanted it someday, with someone, when the rubble had been cleared enough to build on. In the 5th week, she noticed something was wrong. Not dramatically, the way Dianne's body communicated most things, not in one large announcement but in a series of small ones, accumulating, until they became impossible to read as anything else. She lay on the couch on a Wednesday evening with the novel she had not been reading and felt the accumulation of the small things and thought, oh. She did not call Mika. She called Renata. She said, I need you to take me somewhere tomorrow morning. She said it in a voice that was steady because she had practiced now with keeping her voice steady when things underneath were not. She said, don't ask me questions tonight. I'll explain in the morning. Renata, who knew the difference between the kind of thing that required immediate action and the kind that required patient waiting, said, I'll be there at 8. She was there at 8. They did not talk much in the car. Dianne looked out the window at the city going about its morning business, ordinary and continuous and indifferent, and she held the knowledge of what was happening in the specific way she had been holding things lately, with both hands, with her full attention, without flinching. The waiting room was very cold. She remembered this afterward more than anything else, the cold of it, institutional and impersonal, and Renata's hand on her back, flat and steady and entirely wordless, which was Renata's most honest form of love. She sat in a plastic chair and filled out forms and felt the cold and felt her sister's hand and thought about the 2 pink lines on a Tuesday morning and the word 11 and the particular quality of something that had existed inside her and was now in the process of existing differently, and she did not let herself think beyond the present moment because the present moment was enough to hold. Afterward, Renata drove. Dianne had the window down despite the temperature because she needed the air, needed something moving against her face, and Renata did not comment on the open window. She drove and Dianne looked out and between them was the particular silence of 2 sisters who had been somewhere together that did not need to be described or analyzed, that only needed to be survived and then held, quietly, between them. You should have told me sooner, Renata said, eventually. Not an accusation. A fact. I know. Why didn't you? She thought about this. I needed it to be mine first, she said. I needed to know what it was to me before anyone else had a chance to say what it was. Renata was quiet for a moment. Then, I understand that. She did not say anything else about it. This was Renata's specific and often underestimated gift. She could hold a thing without needing to do anything with it. She could simply be in the room with something large and let it be large without requiring it to become manageable before she was willing to stay. Dianne leaned her head back against the seat. She was exhausted in a way that was different from the grief tired, different from the 11 weeks tired. This was a stripped down, clean exhaustion, the exhaustion of something finished. Of a weight set down. She sat with it and found that underneath the exhaustion was something else, something she had not expected, a strange and specific tenderness for herself. For the woman who had sat on a cold tile floor and held the number 11 and let it mean something before she let it be complicated. She had wanted it. She had figured that out. She had wanted it on her own terms, in her own life, and now the terms had changed and the life was still unbuilt and she had lost something real, and it was also true that the grief of losing it was not the same as the grief of losing something she had never wanted. It was a different grief. It was the grief of something that had been hers, briefly, that she had recognized as hers, that she had not had the time or the terms to keep. That was allowed to be its own thing. She was learning that about grief, that it did not require permission or proportion. It was simply the shape of what you had lost, and what she had lost had been real, and it was allowed to matter in the specific and private way that it did. Renata pulled up outside her apartment building. Come up, Dianne said. I'll make soup. I have to be at work by. Call in. Take the afternoon. She looked at her sister. Please. Renata looked back at her. The look she gave was the one she gave when she had already decided but was doing her sister the courtesy of appearing to consider it. Fine, she said. But I'm not doing the dishes. I'll do the dishes. They went up. Dianne made soup from what she had, broth and whatever vegetables were in the refrigerator, simple and warm and something to do with her hands. Renata sat at the kitchen table and did not hover and did not ask questions and scrolled her phone with the comfortable ease of someone who understood that the presence was the point, not the conversation. They ate the soup and Renata said it was good and it was good, not because Dianne had done anything special with it but because it was made and warm and they were both sitting down. Later, after Renata left, Dianne sat alone in her apartment in the early evening quiet. Her phone was on the coffee table. She picked it up. She thought about calling Mika. She thought about telling her now, on the phone, tonight. She had wanted to tell her, had felt the pull of it across 5 weeks of carrying it alone. But she was so tired, and telling it would make it fully real in a way it was not yet, and she was not ready for the weight of being known in this particular thing tonight. She put the phone back down. She would tell her. Soon. She would tell her when she had slept and when the rawness had settled to the manageable level that rawness always eventually settled to, and she would tell her in person, because this was not a phone thing. She lay down on the couch. She pulled the blanket over herself. She thought, I wanted it. I wanted it and it was real and now it is gone and those things are all true at once, and I am allowed to hold all of them. She closed her eyes. Outside the city continued its evening. Inside it was quiet and warm and entirely hers, the apartment she was building herself into, the life taking its slow shape around her, imperfect and incomplete and still becoming. She slept. Chapter 17, The Hospital. Dianne. The forms asked for an emergency contact and she wrote Renata without thinking, the name appearing before she had consciously decided anything, her hand moving to the familiar shape of it. She wrote her name. She wrote her date of birth. She answered the questions the intake nurse asked with the measured calm she had been practicing, giving the relevant information in the relevant order, her voice doing what it had learned to do in the past weeks when she needed it to carry more than it wanted to, holding steady, just holding steady, which was not the same as feeling steady but was often enough to get through the next thing. Renata was beside her for all of it. Not talking. Renata did not talk during the parts of things that did not require talking. She had the gift of the necessary presence without the noise that often accompanied it, and she sat in the chair beside Dianne's and did not offer anything except the fact of being there, which was, Dianne had come to understand, the specific shape of Renata's love, physical, reliable, without commentary. The waiting room was cold. She had known it would be. Hospital waiting rooms were always cold, cold in the universal and institutional way, a coldness that had nothing to do with the temperature and everything to do with the quality of the waiting, the specific weight of people sitting with things they could not yet resolve. She sat in the plastic chair and felt the cold and felt Renata's shoulder 6 inches from hers and watched the door that the nurses went through and came back through and tried not to think about the specific word for what was happening. She thought about Mika. Not purposefully. Mika had not been called, had not been told, had not been given the chance to do what Dianne knew she would do if she knew, which was, be there. Simply there, without performance, without the need to say the right thing. Dianne knew this about her with the certainty of someone who had watched a person be themselves long enough to understand their instincts. She had not called her. She did not know why, except that some part of her had wanted to keep this in the smallest possible circle until it was finished, had wanted to be able to say, it happened, and it is done, and I am on the other side of it. Calling someone in the middle of a thing felt different from calling them after. She had not wanted to be witnessed in the middle. She had wanted to get to the other side first. Later she would wonder about this. About whether the instinct had been self-protection or something else, whether some part of her had understood that telling Mika would mean something she was not yet ready for it to mean, would make Mika's response part of the story, and some part of her had wanted to own the story entirely before it became shared. She sat in the cold room and thought about Mika and then stopped thinking about Mika because this was not the time. The time for things that were not the present moment would come later. Renata's hand appeared on her forearm. Not gripping. Just resting, the flat warm weight of it, which said, I'm here. Here I am. It did not say anything else and it did not need to. The door opened. A nurse called her name. She stood up. Mika. At 7 in the evening she called Dianne and got no answer. She sat for a moment with the phone in her hand and noted the not answering and filed it in the way she filed everything, without conclusion yet, just the fact of it in the folder. Dianne sometimes didn't answer. Dianne was a person who could be genuinely absorbed in something, a book, a client call, cooking, the long unstructured thinking she did on walks that she had described to Mika with the happy freedom of someone rediscovering something they had given up without knowing it. She went back to the brief she was working on. At 9 she called again. The phone rang through to voicemail. She did not leave a message, because she was not yet sure what the message should be, and she had learned from Dianne that imprecision in language was its own kind of carelessness. She set the phone down and looked at the ceiling of her apartment, which was high and white and offered nothing in particular. She had spoken to Dianne 2 days ago, a long call that had moved from the practical, the lease agreement, what to do about the joint account, Renata's opinion on the lawyer Dianne was using, to the other things, the things they moved to eventually in most conversations, the ones that didn't have file folders. Dianne had sounded tired. Not the grief tired that Mika had learned to recognize, which had a specific quality of weight to it, a particular flatness in the lower register of her voice. A different tired. She had not asked about it because Dianne would say when she was ready, and asking was a way of pushing the timing of things that had their own timing. She had not asked. She thought about that now. At 11 she picked up her phone again. She looked at Dianne's name in her contacts. She had looked at Dianne's name so many times over the past weeks that she was aware of the way her thumb moved to it with a specific readiness that had nothing to do with decision and everything to do with instinct, her body knowing where to go before the conscious processing finished. She called. It rang. It rang until voicemail. The voicemail said, "Hi, you've reached Dianne, leave me a message or text, I'm probably just avoiding my phone," in the warm self-deprecating way Dianne had about most things, which was such a Dianne thing to say, such a specific and recognizable Dianne thing, that Mika stood in the middle of her immaculate apartment and felt the absence of her with a specificity that was almost physical. She did not leave a message. She set the phone on the counter and stood in the kitchen and thought about what she knew. Dianne had not answered 3 calls. This was not like Dianne. Dianne was a person who answered, who was accessible, who had described her relationship with her phone as very healthy and only slightly dependent, with the complete lack of embarrassment she brought to most honest self-assessments. Not answering 3 calls in the space of 4 hours was not the phone left in a bag somewhere. Not answering 3 calls was something else. She thought, something is wrong with Dianne. She did not know what it was. She had no information, no data points beyond the unanswered calls, and she had always been a person who did not make conclusions from insufficient data. She sat with the insufficient data and the knowledge that she could not go to Dianne because she did not know where Dianne was, only that she was not at her apartment because Mika had texted the building's front desk number once and received no response, which meant either no one was there or she was not there. She sat with not knowing. This was the thing she was worst at. Not knowing had a texture she found almost unbearable, a quality of open edges, of situations without resolution, which was why she had always moved so quickly from sensing to information gathering, why she had driven past the studio twice before parking, why she had written the firm address down on a clean page of the notebook. Not knowing was the absence of the full picture, and she had always needed the full picture before she could be still. She was still now. She sat on the couch in the apartment she was beginning to think of as temporary, which was how she had come to think of most things that had been Cole's and hers, as temporary placeholders for whatever came next, and she sat with the not knowing, and she breathed, and she thought about Dianne. She thought about the first time she had seen her, in the studio doorway with the fabric sample in her hand, the peripheral impression, still, contained, the quality of someone holding an enormous thing. She thought about the coffee shop and the second round they hadn't asked for. She thought about the whiteboard in blue marker, and the floor, and the hand held, and the phone she had answered instead of not answering. She thought, I should have stayed. Not about the night of the almost, she had been thinking about that night in the specific recursive way of a thing you reviewed without resolution, understanding each time why she had answered and understanding each time what the answering had cost. But more broadly, she had been keeping a distance she had told herself was appropriate, and she had been keeping it carefully, in the specific careful way of someone who was afraid of what happened if the distance collapsed. She thought about what Gia had said, be careful faster. She put her phone down and did not pick it up again. She went to bed. She did not sleep for a long time, lying in the dark with the city doing its nighttime sounds outside and the specific quality of dread she had learned to recognize, not catastrophizing, something quieter than that, more certain, the dread of someone who knew something without knowing what they knew. She lay in the dark and she thought, Dianne, where are you? She thought, I cannot go to you because I don't know where you are. She thought, I am going to have to be here, in this not knowing, until you're ready. This was, she understood, the first time she had ever chosen to stay in the not knowing without doing something to end it. Without making a list or driving to a parking garage or writing on a clean page. She was staying in the open, unresolved, edge-filled space of not knowing because Dianne's timing was the right timing for Dianne, and loving someone, she was beginning to understand, sometimes meant holding the shape of them in you while you waited for them to be ready. She had not, until this moment, known that she was in love with her. She knew it now, in the dark, in the specific clean way of things that were always true before they were known, settling into her without surprise the way all the deepest true things settled, quietly, with the quality of recognition rather than discovery, as if the knowing had been there for months and had only now decided to be available to her. She lay in the dark with it. She did not examine it, did not organize it into a case file, did not begin assessing what it meant for the timeline or the situation or the careful management of anything. She just let it be in her, warm and solid and entirely certain, the way very few things in her life had ever been. She thought, I am in love with Dianne Vasquez. She thought, when she is ready to tell me what is happening, I will be here. She closed her eyes. She did not sleep well. In the morning, her phone lay silent on the nightstand. On Dianne's phone, on the table beside the hospital bed, Mika's name sat on the screen 3 times, unanswered, while Dianne slept. Chapter 18, What She Doesn't Say. The text came at 10:14 the next morning, I'm okay. I'll explain soon. I'm sorry for the missed calls. She read it 3 times. She typed, okay. And then deleted it. She typed, I'm here. And then deleted that too. She typed, take your time, and sent it before she could reconsider, because it was the most honest thing she had, and honesty had been the practice since the parking garage, since the notebook page, since the night she had answered the phone and understood for the first time what she was choosing. She put the phone down and went to work. The brief was due at noon. She filed it at 11:50, which was 8 minutes earlier than her usual margin, and she sat for a moment with her hands flat on the desk and thought about the text, I'm okay, I'll explain soon, I'm sorry, and she thought about the specific quality of Dianne's voice in that message, which was not her voice because it was a text but which she could hear anyway, as clearly as if it had been spoken. Flat in a specific way. Held. Something had happened. She did not know what it was. She thought about the tired she had heard in Dianne's voice 2 days ago, the kind she hadn't been able to place. She thought about 5 weeks of Dianne being slightly more interior than usual, not closed. Dianne was never closed, but quieter around certain things, a quality of holding something she wasn't sharing. Mika had noticed it and had made the decision not to push, which was the right decision, which she was still sure was the right decision, and which had nonetheless required a particular ongoing effort because her instinct was always to gather information and her instinct about Dianne was always to be closer. She had not pushed. She thought, she'll tell me when she's ready. She thought, be here when she is. She opened her email. She worked through the afternoon with the focused efficiency she brought to everything when she was using work as ballast, which she had been doing for long enough now that it had become simply the texture of her days, the work and the careful evenings and the ongoing project of dismantling one life while another one took its shape. She had spoken to the lawyer twice. She had sorted the storage unit into keep and donate. She had called the building super about the floorboard in the hall that she would not, after all, be there to fix. These were the tasks. The tasks were manageable. The tasks had a beginning and an end. At 4:15 her mother called. She let it ring twice, one ring more than usual, which her mother would notice and then answered, because not answering felt like a choice she wasn't ready to defend. Mika. Mom. You sound tired. Her mother's voice was its usual thing, precise, warm in the way that precision could be warm when it was accompanied by genuine attention. She had always said the accurate thing rather than the comfortable thing, which Mika had spent most of her life reading as the opposite of tenderness and was only now beginning to understand differently. "I've been working." "You always say that." "It's always true." A pause. Her mother breathed on the other end of the line, not impatiently, just breathing, the particular quality of breath that meant she was choosing what to say next from several options. "How is the apartment?" she said. "Fine." "You're still there?" "You haven't." "I'm looking at other places." "The lease runs until April." "April." A pause. "And you've spoken to the lawyers?" "We've spoken to the lawyers." Her mother was quiet for a moment. This was the conversation they had been having in circles for a month: logistics, practicalities, the careful navigation around the center of things, because her mother approached things the way Mika approached things, and they had been circling each other for decades in the same elaborate careful orbit, both of them able to feel the gravity of the thing at the center and neither of them yet willing to fly toward it. "I've been thinking," her mother said. Mika waited. Her mother did not say "I've been thinking" lightly. When she said it, something was coming. "I've been thinking about when you were small," Delia said. "When your father left." She sat very still. "You were so composed," her mother said. "You came down to breakfast the next morning and you ate your cereal and you got your bag and you went to school. And I thought, she's all right. She's handling it. She's like me." A pause. The quality of the pause was different from the usual. "I was so relieved that I had raised someone who could handle things." "Mom. I'm saying something. Let me say it." She waited. "I think I made it into a virtue," her mother said. "The handling. I made it a thing to be proud of and I showed you how to do it and I was very proud of how well you did it and I never," she stopped. Mika could hear her breathing. "I never thought to ask if handling things was the same as being all right. If fine was the same as, I never asked you if you were actually fine or if you had just learned to look fine because I had shown you how to look fine and I had told you it was the right way to be and you believed me." The apartment was very quiet. Outside, the city was doing its late afternoon thing, the particular quality of 4 o'clock light on the wall, the muffled ordinary sounds of floors above and below. Mika sat on the couch with her phone and she thought, "I have been waiting for this conversation for a long time." "I always thought you were fine," her mother said. "I made sure you were fine. I never thought to ask if fine was enough." There it was. Not "I'm sorry," her mother did not say "I'm sorry," which was a language she had never quite learned, not because she didn't feel it but because she had no idea how to carry it past the architecture of herself. But this was the closest her mother had come, in 32 years, to saying, "I see what I built. I am not entirely sure it was the right thing." "Mom," she said. You don't need to respond to that," her mother said. "I just wanted to say it." She looked at the picture frame on the wall of the apartment she would be leaving in April, the small print she had brought from the house with coal that she had straightened so many times it was now perfectly, mechanically level. "It helped," she said. "What you taught me. It helped for a long time. I know it did. And it also," she stopped. She thought about what she was saying before she said it, because she was Mika Calloway and she always thought first, and she thought, this is the conversation. This is the one that has been running underneath everything. It also kept me from, I used it to keep people out, Mom. Not just bad things. People. The silence on the other end was long and had weight. "I know," her mother said. Very quietly. In a voice that Mika recognized as the voice under her mother's voice, the one that lived below the precision and the composure and the beautiful management of everything, the voice that her mother only deployed when she had run out of the other ones. "I think I do the same." They sat in the quiet of the phone line. Two women with the same architecture, looking at it for the first time from the same angle at the same time. "There's someone," Mika said. She had not planned to say this. She had not planned any of what she was about to say, which was unusual enough that some part of her noted it and decided to trust it. "The woman I told you about," she said. "Dianne. The woman whose husband." "I remember." She stopped. She tried again. I don't know how to describe what it is yet. It's very new and very complicated and I'm not doing any of it well. But she's the first person I've let see me come undone. She paused. Actually come undone. Not managed. Actually. Her mother was quiet. And she stays, Mika said. She just stays. A long moment. Tell me about her, her mother said. Not, is that wise? Not, given the circumstances. Not the careful logistics adjacent questions that were her mother's armor, the ones Mika had grown up translating into the questions underneath. Tell me about her. She talked for 40 minutes. She talked about the studio and the coffee shop and the whiteboard and blue marker, about the books Dianne had recommended and the dinner that had smelled like garlic and the conversation about the 3-hour film and the specific texture of being with someone who made the dual consciousness unavailable, who made her present without making her perform it. She talked in the way she had not talked about anything in years, without organizing it first, without the case file version, just talking, the words finding their own shape. Her mother listened. At the end she said, she sounds like someone who isn't afraid of you. No, Mika said. She isn't. That's rare, her mother said. You are a lot to be in a room with, Mika. I mean that as a genuine thing. You always have been. You're a lot too, Mom. A sound that might have been a laugh, her mother did not laugh often on the phone, it was a face-to-face thing, it required being able to see the permission for it. They said goodbye in the way they always said goodbye, her mother's voice returned to its usual precision, the warmth folded back into where it lived, the small logistics of ending a call. But underneath the usual precision was something that had shifted, something they had moved together without naming the movement. And Mika sat on the couch after the call ended and felt it in her chest, the specific quality of a thing that has been closed for a long time, beginning to open. Not dramatically. Not all at once. Just, beginning. She thought about what her mother had said, I never thought to ask if fine was enough. She sat with it and found it did not hurt the way she might have expected. It was more like the feeling of a window opened in a room that had been shut for a season, the first cold air through, which was uncomfortable and right, and then the gradual readjustment of the room to something more breathable. She thought about Dianne. She thought, I'm okay. I'll explain soon. I'm sorry for the missed calls. She thought about what Dianne was carrying that she had not yet told her. She had known for weeks, in the way she sometimes knew things before she had the data to support them, that there was something, some held thing, some interior room Dianne had not yet opened. And she had not pushed, and she had not asked, and she had been right not to, and she was also ready, when Dianne was ready, to sit with whatever it was for as long as it needed. She thought, I know what I want. She had been knowing it since the night of the hospital, since the dark of the bedroom where she had not slept, since the moment of clarity that had arrived without fanfare in the way all the real things arrived, quietly, as recognition, as something that had always been true deciding to be available. She wanted Dianne. Not from the wreckage was already behind her, mostly, already sorted into keep and donate and stored and released. Not from loneliness, which she had the capacity for but had never confused with love. Not from proximity or gratitude or the specific intimacy of shared disaster. From herself. Her own wanting, which she had not let herself simply have for so long that having it felt new, felt slightly alarming, felt like something she needed to hold carefully until she was sure of the shape of it. She was sure of the shape of it. She had been sure since the floor of the apartment, since the hand held, since the phone she had answered and regretted answering. She had been sure and she had been waiting, for the timing to be right, for the situation to clear enough, for Dianne to be ready, for herself to be ready, and she thought, you have been waiting long enough. She thought, the timing will not arrive like a notification. You have to choose it. She was choosing it. She sat in the late afternoon light of the apartment she was leaving in April and she thought, when she calls, I will answer before the second ring. I will go wherever she needs me to go. I will not stand in the hallway. She was done standing in the hallway. She picked up her phone and looked at the text, I'm okay, I'll explain soon, and she typed, I know. I'll be here. She sent it. She put the phone down. She sat in the quiet and the late light and the knowledge of what she wanted, which was enormous and simple and hers, and she let it be hers without managing it into something smaller. She did not move for a long time. She didn't need to. There was nothing to organize. There was only this, a room that was almost hers, a phone on the cushion beside her, the city outside doing its ordinary and indifferent thing, and inside, something that had been held for too long at arm's length, finally, allowed to be close. She waited. The light went from gold to gray. She waited. Chapter 19, 2:17 a.m. She was awake. This was not unusual. She slept in increments now, for hours, and then the particular quality of wakefulness that was not distress but was simply the body's renegotiated relationship with rest, an accommodation she had made somewhere in the past weeks without deciding to make it. She had a book open on her lap, the third of Dianne's recommendations, which she had been working through with a deliberateness she would not have admitted to, had moved through in the order Dianne had given them as if following an instruction she had chosen to follow, and she was not reading it. She was on the couch with the lamp on and the book open to a page she had looked at 3 times and the city doing its quieter nighttime self outside, and she was thinking about nothing in particular, which was the state she had been in since her mother's call, a kind of open, unhurried waiting. Her phone lit up. She saw the name before she registered anything else. Dianne. She answered before the second ring. Hey. Dianne's voice was strange. Not the warmth, not the usual fullness of it, flat in a specific way that Mika had heard once before, in the hallway after the confrontation, and had learned to read accurately, not empty, not broken, held. Something contained by sheer force of discipline, the way you held a door closed against a wind when you needed to control the rate of things entering the room. Hey. She sat up. The book slid off her lap and she did not look at it. What's wrong? A pause. The pause had weight, had texture. She waited in it without filling it. Can you come? Dianne said. She was in her car in 4 minutes. She had put on shoes. She had taken her keys. She had not thought about what she would say or what she would find or what the appropriate response was to a 2:17 a.m. call from a woman she was in love with who had been carrying something alone for weeks. She had just gone, her body moving through the apartment in the efficient automatic way of someone who did not need to decide anything because there was nothing to decide. She drove through the city at the particular pace of 2:30 a.m. driving, which was unhurried in a different way from the usual unhurried. The roads were open and dark and the lights clicked through their cycles for no one in particular, and she drove and thought of nothing except the 3 blocks to the building and the 3rd floor and the door she was going to knock on. Dianne's building was beige in the specific way of new construction that had not yet acquired character, the lobby overlit, the elevator slow. She and Dianne had carried boxes up these stairs when Dianne moved in. She had assembled a bookshelf badly, and Dianne had laughed at her, had really laughed, unguarded and delighted at the wrongness of the shelving unit, at the way the lower bracket listed 10 degrees to the left, and Mika had stood in the wreckage of the bookshelf and felt the laugh as a specific physical thing, a hand pressed to her sternum, the impact of a real sound from a person she was beginning to love. She knocked twice. The door opened. Dianne looked, she looked the way people looked when they had been somewhere very far away and had made it most of the way back but not quite all the way. She was in a gray sleep shirt and her hair was loose and her eyes were dry, which was somehow worse than if they had been wet. She had been crying, Mika understood immediately, and she had stopped, and the stopping looked like it had cost something. Come in, Dianne said. Mika came in. She followed Dianne to the couch without asking anything. She sat beside her, the usual 2 feet between them, and she waited. Not performing patience, actually patient, in the way she had been learning to be patient since the night she had not slept and the morning she had sent, "I'll be here." Dianne was quiet for a moment. "There's something I should have told you," she said. "Okay. I've been carrying it for a while." Her voice was the held voice, low and very controlled, the one Mika recognized as the voice Dianne used when she was being steady as a choice rather than a condition. 5 weeks. Since the Tuesday before, since 2 days after Renata and I had that call. She was quiet. She listened. Dianne told her. She told her about the bathroom at Renata's house, the cold tile floor, the number 11. She told her about the weeks of carrying it alone, the mornings, the tiredness she had been misattributing, the conversations they had had while she held this other thing alongside them. She told her about the night she had noticed something was wrong and called Renata and said take me somewhere in the morning, and Renata had said I'll be there at 8 and had been there at 8. She told her about the hospital. She told all of it in a voice that stayed level for most of it, broke once, briefly, somewhere in the middle of a sentence about trying to decide what she wanted, really wanted, for herself, separate from what Jerome would think or what her mother would say or what any of it meant for the life she was in the middle of rebuilding, when her body had made the decision for her. Last night, Dianne said. It was last night. Renata was with me. A pause. I didn't call you then. I don't know why. Mika did know why. She did not say so, because the why was Dianne's and Dianne had her own relationship with it, and the knowing was not something that needed to be said right now. It needed to be known, quietly, and held, and it would be enough to be held. I'm okay, Dianne said. The way people said it when they meant, I am functional and I am here, and that is going to have to be sufficient for now. I know, Mika said. Dianne looked at the middle distance. She stopped. Started again. I just didn't want to be alone tonight. In here. She pressed 2 fingers to her sternum, the gesture Mika had come to recognize as Dianne's version of the wrist touch, the small private gesture of self-steadying. I'm fine with the quiet. I can be alone physically. I just can't be alone in here right now. Mika reached over and took her hand. Not gently, there was no hesitation in it, no tentative quality, no performance of tenderness. She simply took her hand the way you took someone's hand in the dark when the power went out, practical, immediate, purposeful. I'm here. Here I am. Dianne's fingers tightened around hers. They did not speak for a long time. The apartment was quiet the way it was quiet late at night when the building had settled into itself and the city outside had become distant and theoretical, a sound rather than a presence. The lamp in the corner was on, warm and low. There was a blanket on the back of the couch that Dianne had not pulled down, and a book on the coffee table with a receipt for a bookmark, and a mug with the dried ring of something Dianne had been drinking earlier, already cold. Mika did not look at any of these things particularly. She looked at Dianne's profile, the slight downward tilt of her eyes that gave her the look of perpetual thoughtfulness even in the worst moments, the way her shoulders had come down slightly from the held position she had been carrying them in since the door. Dianne's fingers stayed laced with hers. They sat. After a while, she did not know how long, the 2:30 a.m. quality of time was elastic and strange. Dianne turned her head and looked at her. Thank you, she said. You don't have to thank me. I know. I'm thanking you anyway. Okay. Dianne looked at her for a moment longer. The look had several things in it that Mika could name and a few she couldn't yet, and she let them all be there without requiring them to resolve into anything. There would be time for the things that needed resolving. This was not that time. You should sleep, Mika said. I know. Neither of them moved. I'm going to stay, Mika said. On the couch. I'm not going anywhere tonight. Dianne looked at her. You don't have to. I know I don't have to. A pause. Something moved in Dianne's face, not the breaking, not the tears that had been and stopped, something quieter and more fundamental, the expression of someone who has needed something and been given exactly it without asking correctly, without explaining fully, without performing the need. Okay, she said. Okay. She went to get Dianne a glass of water. Dianne did not ask for one, but she went to the kitchen and filled a glass and brought it back, and Dianne took it and drank half and set it on the coffee table, and neither of them mentioned the water. She found the spare blanket in the hall cupboard where she had seen Dianne put it once, weeks ago, when they were still doing the investigation in the apartment and she had started noticing the small geography of where things were, the specific knowledge of a space you were beginning to belong to. Bedroom is warmer, Dianne said, from the couch. The couch is fine. Mika. She looked at her. Dianne looked back with the patient, honest expression. The couch here is genuinely uncomfortable. It's a terrible couch. I've been meaning to replace it since I moved in. It looks fine. It looks fine. It is not fine. She paused. The bed is large. I'm not asking you anything. I'm just telling you that the couch will hurt your back by morning and the bed won't. She considered this for a moment. Okay, she said. She sat in the chair until Dianne fell asleep. She had expected this to take a while. Dianne's sleep lately was not easy. She had mentioned this in passing, the way she mentioned things she was managing without making them into problems, but Dianne was exhausted in a way that was deeper than insomnia, the exhaustion of someone who had been somewhere physically and emotionally difficult and had come through to the other side and needed to stop moving. She was asleep within 20 minutes. Mika sat in the chair and watched her breathe. She thought about the conversation they had not had, the one that was not for tonight, that would happen when Dianne was ready and rested and not in the specific rawness of 24 hours after. She thought about what she wanted to say, which was not complicated, which was in fact one of the least complicated things she had wanted to say in her adult life, the simplicity of it almost funny given what they had been to each other for the past weeks, the investigation, the whiteboards, the careful, deliberate building of something between them out of the rubble of their shared disaster. She thought, I love you. She thought, you already know. She thought, I'm going to say it anyway, when the time is right, because the unsaid thing has been in this room for months and it deserves to be said. Not tonight. Tonight there was only this, Dianne asleep, her breathing slow and even, her hands loose on the blanket. The warm low lamp. The city outside, gone to its late-night self. She moved to the chair beside the bed instead of the chair by the window, the better angle, the one where she could see Dianne's face without the lamp behind it. She sat with her hands in her lap and she watched and she thought, I am not going anywhere. This was, she thought, the first time in her life she had meant that completely. She thought it with the specific clarity of someone who had been running the organizational function on everything for 32 years and had just turned it off, not because she had decided to but because there was nothing here to organize, nothing to manage or assess or prepare. There was only a person she loved, sleeping, and the fact of being in the room. She was in the room. She stayed until morning. Chapter 20, The Drawer. Mika. The toothbrush was the first thing. She had forgotten it, genuinely, the first time, she had genuinely left it, had arrived at the apartment the next morning to find it still in Dianne's bathroom in the glass on the left side of the sink, and she had noted it and not mentioned it and not gone back to retrieve it for 2 days, at which point going back to retrieve it would have required explaining why she had waited 2 days, which she did not want to do, so she had bought a new one. The original toothbrush remained on the left side of the sink. The mug was not an accident. She brought the mug on a Thursday because she had been drinking Dianne's coffee from Dianne's mugs for 3 weeks and the specific mug Dianne usually gave her was fine but not the shape she preferred, and she preferred a wider mouth, and she had a mug that was the right shape, and she brought it. She left it on the drying rack and in the morning it was in the cabinet and she did not ask how it had gotten there. The cardigan was more complicated. She had left it on a Tuesday and retrieved it on a Friday and left it again the following Tuesday and then on the Thursday of that week she had stood in her own apartment looking at the spot where the cardigan usually lived and felt, with a clarity that was almost funny, that she was not going to be retrieving it again. That the cardigan had simply completed its migration. That the cardigan knew where it lived now and she was going to let it. She did not announce any of this. Dianne cleared a drawer in the 3rd week without saying anything. Mika saw the empty drawer and recognized it for what it was and put things in it without saying anything. A spare phone charger. The hair tie she always needed and never had. The notebook she kept for work thoughts because work thoughts sometimes happen at Dianne's and there was no reason to be without the notebook. The drawer had things in it now. The apartment, which had been entirely Dianne's in the way a new space was entirely whoever had moved into it and assembled a life around it, was in the process of becoming something else, not theirs yet. That word had not been said, but something on the way to theirs, something with a second presence beginning to register in the specific objects and patterns of a place. Mika was there most nights. This had happened without decision the way things happened between them, not planned, not negotiated, just accumulated. Each night she stayed a quiet agreement renewed, the practical logic of it apparently sufficient for both of them without requiring examination. Her apartment was still hers. Her name was still on the lease until April. She went back in the mornings and she worked from there most days, and she had dinner with Dianne most evenings, and she stayed, and in the mornings she went back. She was careful with it. They were both careful, in the specific way of two people who knew exactly what they were holding and understood that it was not fragile because it was weak but because it was real, and real things broke differently than constructed things. They did not name it. There was, she thought, still time for naming. There was still the matter of the divorce, which was progressing with the slowness that such things progressed, lawyers and paperwork and the practical division of a shared life into its component parts. There was still the matter of the storage unit and the April lease and the question of where she was going to be in the spring. There were still the conversations she and Dianne had not had yet, the ones that were waiting in the space between them with the patience of things that understood their moment had not arrived. She was learning to let things wait at their own pace. This was new. Dianne. She had gone back to work in the second week. Not the studio lease was finished, and she was looking for a new one, but looking without urgency, with the particular freedom of someone who understood for the first time that her work was hers in a way that did not require a specific address or a particular arrangement of pine floors and north-facing light. She had taken on 3 remote projects, which she worked from her kitchen table most mornings with her coffee and the specific quiet of a space that was beginning to become the right kind of quiet, inhabited quiet, the quiet of a life being lived in it. She was sleeping better. This surprised her, not the improvement but the speed of it, the way the body seemed to understand that the worst was past and had adjusted accordingly. She was eating well. She was reading again, the actual reading rather than the performance of reading she had been doing in the early weeks, the holding of books without absorbing them. She had finished the novel about the 2 people who kept missing each other, and she had recommended it to Mika, and Mika had texted back, "Is this another book about us?" She had texted back, "All books are about us." Mika had sent, "You're insufferable." She had sent, "I know." She was not happy yet, not in the full word, not with the specific weight of that word she had learned to take seriously. She was in the becoming. The active becoming of someone who had shed a shape that did not fit and was in the specific tender vulnerability of a life before it has grown its new skin. But she was, she thought, less afraid than she had been. The grief was still there. She was not past it. The pregnancy was something she carried with her, not as the consuming thing it had been in the acute weeks but as a part of the ongoing accounting she was doing with herself, the honest inventory. She had wanted it. She had lost it. She was allowed to hold both of those things, and she was holding them, carefully, with the specific attention she was learning to bring to herself, the same attention she had always brought to other people, turned now in her own direction. She cried about it sometimes. Not the way she had cried in the hospital or in the first days, the stopped and started, barely held crying of the acute period, but differently, more cleanly, the way grief cried when it was settling into its long form, the kind of grief that did not erase or resolve but became, eventually, a room in you that you knew how to enter and leave. She had not told Jerome. She had decided, somewhere in the weeks, that she did not need to tell him, that she had told him in the confrontation for the reason she had said, because it was real and it happened and he should know the cost, and what she had done with it afterward was hers. She had told Mika. This was still the thing she returned to, sometimes, in the way you return to a moment that had shifted something fundamental, the night at 2:17 a.m., the door opening, the way Mika had come in and sat down and not asked and simply waited. The way she had taken her hand without performance, without the careful tentative quality of people who were trying to do the right thing, just taken it, simply, practically, as if the action were entirely obvious and had only been waiting for the right moment. She had stayed until morning. She had been there when Dianne woke up, in the chair that faced the bed rather than the window, already awake or woken recently, with the specific look she had when she had been thinking for a while, inward, precise, the machinery working, and when Dianne had said good morning she had said good morning back, and then she had gone to the kitchen and made coffee without asking, and when she came back she had set Dianne's cup on the bedside table and sat back down in the chair and said, "Tell me about it. All of it. Whatever you want to say." So she had told her. All of it, not the stripped-down 2 a.m. version but the full version, the cold tile floor and the number 11 and the weeks of carrying it, the wanting that she had understood before she understood almost anything else, the night she had called Renata, the waiting room, Renata's hand on her back. She told it in the morning light with her coffee going warm in her hands and Mika in the chair with her own cup and the quality of attention she always brought, which was total and without judgment and did not require the story to be organized or finished or resolved. When she was done, Mika had said, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had to carry that alone, and I'm sorry you lost it." No preamble. No performing the response. Just the accurate thing, simply. She had cried. Not the stopped and started crying. The kind that came when you had been witnessed correctly. The kind that was not distress but relief, the specific relief of being seen in the exact shape of what you were carrying, not a managed version, not the okay version, the actual thing. Mika had not said anything while she cried. She had moved from the chair to the bed and sat beside her, and she had not put her arm around her or made soothing sounds or said anything at all. She had simply been there, her shoulders 6 inches away, close enough to feel the warmth of, and she had let Dianne cry the way Dianne needed to cry, fully, without commentary, until it was done. Afterward she had handed her the water glass from the nightstand. Dianne had taken it and drunk it and said, "Thank you. Stop thanking me. I will when you stop doing things worth thanking you for." Mika had looked at her with the expression she had, the adjacent to a smile expression, the slight ease around the eyes, and said, "Fair." That had been 5 weeks ago. A great deal had happened in 5 weeks. The fight. The fight happened on a Thursday in November, which she would think about later as the Thursday, the way certain days became singular, not because they were the worst day but because they were the turning point day, the day that broke things into before and after. It started with dishes. Not actually about dishes. She knew it was not about dishes while it was happening, which was the specific frustration of fights that were not about what they were about. She was aware of the real subject and could not access it directly because the dishes were in the way. Mika had left 3 mugs on the coffee table overnight, which Dianne had moved to the sink without mentioning, and the next morning there was a 4th one, and she had said something about it that was pointed in the specific pointed way she had when she was frightened about something and was locating the fear in an object. Mika had gone very quiet. This was worse than if she had responded. Mika quiet was not Mika without things to say, it was Mika withdrawing to a distance that Dianne could feel, the specific drop in temperature of a room when someone who runs warm leaves it, and she felt it and it frightened her more than the fight did, and so she said something sharper. Mika put on her coat. She was at the door when Dianne said, "Don't." Not an instruction. A request. Very small. Mika stopped with her hand on the door. "Please don't go like that," Dianne said. "Not without, please don't just go quiet and leave. That's the thing I can't bear." Mika turned around. She looked at Dianne for a moment. The coat was still on. Her face was composed, which meant it was working very hard at composure, which meant the working hard was visible to anyone who had spent enough time learning the difference between her composed face and her actually fine face. "I'm not leaving," she said. I need a minute." "Okay. I'm not very good at this." "I know. I mean the fighting part. When things get loud I go somewhere I can't reach. I've been doing it since I was 16. She paused. "I don't know how to fight and stay in the room." Dianne sat down on the couch. Not because her legs were unsteady, though they possibly were, but because sitting felt like the right signal. "I am not going anywhere, I am here, here is the room, be in it." "Then stay in the room," she said. "You don't have to know how. Just stay." A long moment. Mika took off her coat. She came back and sat on the other end of the couch. Not close, there were 2 feet of couch between them, which was the distance of 2 people who had scared each other and were not yet ready to close the gap. But she was in the room. "The mugs," Mika said, "are not about the mugs." "I know. What are they about?" She thought about this. She wanted to be accurate rather than fast, because the fast answer would be the comfortable one and the comfortable one would not be enough. "I think I got scared," she said. "I think I could feel something shifting, some weight of things accumulating, and I got scared and I put the fear in the mugs because that was easier." "What were you scared of?" She looked at the 2 feet of couch between them. That I'm going to need too much, she said. That I'm going to love you more than is sustainable, and you're going to feel the weight of it and do what controlled people do when they feel the weight of something heavy, which is set it down carefully so you don't drop it, because you're too responsible to drop it, and walk away with great dignity and your coat on. The room was very quiet. Mika said, "That's very specifically imagined. I have a lot of free time at 2 in the morning." A pause. "I'm not going to set you down," Mika said. "I don't know how to prove that except by staying." "I know. But I need you to tell me when you're scared. Not put it in the mugs." She paused. "I will miss it in the mugs every time. I am not built for subtext, Dianne. I need the actual text." She almost laughed, in the way things were funny when they were also a little devastating. "I know. I'm working on it." "So am I," Mika said. "The staying in the room thing." A pause. "We can both be bad at the things we're bad at. And keep going. And keep going." 2 days of quiet. Not cold, not the cold of the unresolved, the gap between people that widened rather than narrowed with time. More like a resting quiet, the quiet of 2 people who had said the difficult things and were letting them settle before they said the next ones. She had been in enough relationships to know the difference between a silence that was festering and one that was processing, and this was the second kind. On the 3rd day she knocked on the door of the room Mika had started sleeping in. She stood in the doorway. Mika was on the bed with a book, which she set down. "I'm scared," Dianne said. "I know," Mika said. "Me too. I don't know how to do this." "Neither do I. So what do we do?" Mika looked at her for a moment. She had the particular stillness she had when she was choosing words for their accuracy rather than their comfort. "I think," she said, "we do it anyway. And we're bad at it sometimes. And we keep going." She leaned in the doorway for a long moment. Then she came and sat on the edge of the bed. And they talked. They talked until 2 in the morning, really talked, the going all the way down kind, the talking that did not stay on the surface of things but moved through layers, the way they had always moved through layers eventually if you gave them enough time. They talked about the marriages, what they had each been performing inside them, what they had each known and not known, what the performing had cost. They talked about Jerome and Cole, who were living together now in a flat across the city and who were, by all accounts, quietly happy, and how complicated it was to feel relieved by this instead of bitter. It was complicated and it was also real. Jerome deserved to be happy. Cole deserved to be honest. The damage they had done was real and the happiness they had found was also real, and both things could be true at once. "Does it make it worse?" Mika said. "That they're happy?" "I thought it would," Dianne said. "It doesn't, really. It makes it cleaner, maybe. Like the story makes sense. They were in the wrong lives and now they're not, and so are we." "Were you in the wrong life?" She thought about this honestly. "I was in a life that wasn't fully mine," she said. "Jerome was part of it and Jerome was real and the love I had for him was real and none of that was wrong exactly. But the shape of it, the shape I was trying to fit myself into, that wasn't mine. It was the shape people had agreed a life looked like, and I fit into it well enough that I stopped noticing it didn't quite fit." She paused. "You?" "Yes," Mika said. "I think yes. I think Cole and I were 2 people who were good for each other in one specific way. We were very safe for each other, and we mistook safe for the whole thing." She sat with that. "Safe isn't nothing." "No. But it isn't everything." They talked about the baby. Not around it, through it, which was the conversation they had not had, which Dianne had not been able to have until she had had enough time in the grief of it to be able to look at it directly. Mika had not pushed for it. Mika had left it alone with the specific patience she was learning to apply to things that needed their own timing, and Dianne had known it was there, waiting, when she was ready. She was ready. She told her everything she had thought on the cold tile floor. The wanting that had been clearer than anything else. The specific quality of having wanted something for herself and not for anyone else's idea of her life. She told her about the word 11 and the weeks of carrying it and the morning with Renata. Mika listened in the way she listened, fully, without the small performances of listening, without the and the nodding. Just listening. When she stopped, Mika said, "I'm sorry. You said that already. I'm saying it again. Because the first time was for the loss and this time is for the carrying. For the 5 weeks alone." A pause. That's 2 different apologies. She looked at her. She thought, this is what she means when she is precise about language. That it means something. That it is not decoration. "I know," she said. "I know it's 2 different things. I wanted it," she said. "I figured that out. I wanted it on my own terms, not his. I wanted it before I understood the distinction and I want it still." Mika was quiet for a moment. Then, "I know. I might want that someday. With someone." She had not planned to say this either. It was just the next honest thing, the one at the bottom of the layer they had been working through, and she had said it before she had a chance to consider the timing. Mika looked at her. "Okay," she said. She felt the word settle. Not the small okay of accommodation or the cautious okay of someone buying time. The word was level and certain and met her directly. "Okay?" "Yeah." Mika held her gaze. "Okay." Something settled between them then. Not dramatically, nothing about them had ever been dramatic in the large obvious way. Every significant thing between them had been small and specific and required close attention. Just something settling. Quietly, without ceremony, the way very real things settled. Neither of them said anything for a moment. "It's 2 in the morning," Dianne said. "I know. You should sleep." "Yes." Neither of them moved. Mika. "I know." A pause. "I know." She looked at her. The lamp on the bedside table was low and warm. Outside, the city was at its quietest, the particular hush of the hour after 2 when most of the noise had gone to sleep and the streets held only the determined and the insomniac. "Stay," she said. "Not a request about tonight. Or not only about tonight." Mika looked at her. "Yes," she said. Simple as that. Chapter 21, The Storage Unit. The storage unit was on a street she had driven past 100 times without thinking about it, one of those stretches of city that existed for the purpose of holding things people were not ready to deal with. She had signed the lease on it the week she moved out of the house she and Cole had shared, and she had not been back since. The lease ran out on a Saturday in January. She drove there in the morning, before Dianne was awake, because she had known somehow that this was a thing she needed to do in the particular quality of early morning solitude, the kind of solitude that was not loneliness because she knew exactly where she was going afterward and who would be there. The unit was a 10 by 10 with a roll-up door and a bare concrete floor and the specific smell of sealed spaces, dust and cardboard and something faintly metallic that she associated with the idea of time. Though time didn't really have a smell, she knew that, it was just what contained time smelled like. She stood in the doorway for a moment. There were 12 boxes. She had labeled them in her handwriting, neat and specific: kitchen. Books. Miscellaneous, linens. The labels were accurate, as her labels always were, and looking at them now she felt something that was not quite grief and not quite nostalgia and was more like the feeling of looking at the handwriting of a former self, someone she recognized but was no longer sharing a body with. She started with the kitchen boxes, because they were the easiest. She had a system: keep, donate, storage of sentimental things she was not yet ready to discard but did not need to live with. She moved through the kitchen boxes with the focused efficiency of someone comfortable with her own taxonomy, and the stack for the donation bins grew faster than she expected, because it turned out that most kitchen things were not the things themselves but the life that had been organized around them, and that life was over, and the things could go. She found the wedding album in the 4th box. She had known it was there. She had put it there herself, on the day she moved out, placed it in the box without opening it and put it in the back without marking the box. She had not marked that box. She looked at it now and saw that it was just a box, brown cardboard, tape on the seams, anonymous. She opened it. The album was white, which she had chosen because she had been 29 and getting married, and white albums were what you chose. They were the shape of the thing, and she had not examined the choice too closely because examining choices was something she had gotten better at later, was in fact still getting better at, was practicing. She ran her hand over the cover for a moment. She sat down on the concrete floor with it in her lap. She opened it. The ceremony. The dinner. The dancing that she had not wanted but Cole had been quietly enthusiastic about and she had been bad at, and they had laughed about it. The photographs were good, the photographer had been skilled, had caught the specific quality of light that evening, the warm late summer light that made everything look like the best version of itself. Cole looked happy in the photographs. She sat with this for a moment. She had been expecting it to be more complicated, Cole's happiness, the evidence of it, the unguarded way his face looked in the photographs, and instead it was simply true. He had been happy. Not performing happiness, not sustaining a deception, but genuinely, privately, in the specific way of someone who was not yet where they needed to be and did not know it yet, happy. She had always valued this about Cole, the honesty of his face. Even now. She looked at her own face in the photographs. She looked for a long time. She looked like a woman performing contentment. She had not known that at the time. She had thought she was simply being there, being in it, being happy, being the person she had organized herself to be at 29 at a ceremony she had planned with great attention to detail. She had not known she was performing. She had not known there was a difference between the performance and the thing itself. She knew now. She looked at her own face in the photographs with the clear eyes of someone who had learned, in the past year, the specific difference between being in a life and performing a life, and she felt something that was not entirely easy and was not entirely hard, the specific texture of honest retrospection. She had not been lying, exactly. She had been limited. She had been as honest as she knew how to be with a self she had not yet fully excavated. She was more excavated now. She closed the album. She sat on the concrete floor with it in her lap and she thought about Cole and Jerome in their flat across the city, quietly happy, doing the specific ordinary work of two people who had found what fit. She thought about Seb, who was still slightly traumatized and probably deserved to be. She thought about her mother, who had said, "Tell me about her," and who had listened for 40 minutes and who had said at the end, "Bring her if you want." She thought about April, which was coming, when the lease on her apartment ran out and the question of where she was going would resolve into an answer she was not yet calling by its name but could feel the shape of, the way she had always been able to feel the shape of things before she was ready to name them. She thought about the drawer. She thought about the toothbrush and the mug and the cardigan and the notebook page she kept at Diane's because work thoughts happened there, and the phone charger because she was always running low at Diane's, and the two books she had simply stopped moving back and forth because they lived on the nightstand now and the nightstand was at Diane's. She thought, "I know where I'm going." She put the album back in the box. Not with the specific finality of throwing it away, she had thought about throwing it away and had found she didn't want to. It was a true thing, the album. It was a record of something that had happened, imperfect and incomplete and belonging to a version of herself she was no longer identical to, and true things deserved to be kept even when they were not the whole truth. She put it neatly in the box, tucked the flap, carried the box to the donation bin outside. She stood for a moment with her hands on the edge of the bin. Let it go. Let it go somewhere it was wanted, let it find a use in some other story, let it be a different kind of true for someone else. She let it go. She worked through the rest of the unit in an hour and a half. The books she kept. The lamp she kept. The linens went to the bin. The miscellaneous box contained 7 years of small accumulated things, and she sorted it by hand, item by item, and found that she knew exactly what she wanted and what she didn't, because she had done so much sorting this year that she had gotten very good at the question, "Is this mine, or is this the shape of the life I was supposed to have?" She left with 3 boxes in the car and an empty unit and the specific clarity of someone who has set something down that they were ready to set down. She drove. The city was doing its Saturday morning thing, slower, softer, the particular quality of a weekend morning that she had always noticed and which had been the opening image of the worst year of her life, a Sunday morning, coffee ready at 7:14, the apartment immaculate, the phone face down on the counter. She had been a different person then. She had been the person who straightened the picture frame that was already level. She drove through the city and she thought about the picture frame and she thought about the kitchen table at Diane's with the wobbly rear leg that they kept meaning to fix and kept not fixing, and she thought about why they kept not fixing it, which was not because they forgot and not because they were lazy but because the wobble was theirs. It had been there since before either of them and would be there after, and there was something in the keeping of it that felt like the opposite of the picture frame, the opposite of arranging everything into a neatness that had nothing to do with the actual texture of a life. She did not need to fix the table. She was done fixing things that did not need fixing. She parked outside Diane's building and sat for a moment in the car with the 3 boxes in the back and the empty storage unit behind her and the winter light coming through the windshield at the angle that made everything look briefly clear and then didn't. She thought, this is what the ending feels like. Not the dramatic kind of ending, the tidy one with a conclusion. The real kind, which was only recognizable as an ending in retrospect, which looked from the inside like just another Saturday morning, a woman in a car with 3 boxes, knowing where she was going. She took the boxes up. The apartment was warm when she came in. Something was on the stove, she smelled it before she saw it, the specific warmth of something slow-simmered and patient, garlic first and then something deeper, something that took the garlic and turned it into a whole different conversation. How was it? Dianne called from the kitchen. Fine. She set the boxes down and hung her coat and stood for a moment in the entry of the apartment with the smell of cooking all around her. Easier than I expected. She found Dianne at the stove. Barefoot on the kitchen tiles, hair pushed back with the slightly impractical clip she used when she was cooking and needed her hands fully available. She was wearing the old university sweatshirt she cooked in, which was faded to a color that no longer matched anything but which she wore with the total comfort of a garment that had been worn enough to become part of you. She was stirring something and her other hand was resting on the counter and she was slightly tilted toward the pot, the posture of someone attending to something she cared about. Mika stood in the kitchen doorway. She stood there for a moment and she looked. There was something ordinary and extraordinary about the sight of her. This was a thing she had noticed before, the way Dianne at her most domestic was somehow the most Dianne, the most legible, herself in the specific way of someone who was not performing for anyone, who was simply in the room being the person she was. She had cooked in this kitchen dozens of times and every time Mika had walked in and found her at the stove she had felt the same thing, a loosening in the chest, a kind of warmth that moved through her like something unlocked. She had been calling it something she could not yet name. She knew its name. She had known its name since the dark of a bedroom months ago when she had sat in a chair and watched someone she loved sleep and thought, I am not going anywhere. Dianne glanced over her shoulder. What? Nothing. She crossed to the stove and stood beside her and looked at what was in the pot without looking at the pot. That smells good. It's your mother's recipe. The lamb one. A pause. The one you sent me the photo of. She looked at the pot now. The lamb, the spices, the particular smell that she had grown up with, that her mother made in October when the weather turned, that she had described to Dianne once, just once, in passing, in the middle of a conversation about something else, as one of the smells she most associated with feeling safe. You made my mother's recipe, she said. You said you missed it. When did I say that? 3 weeks ago. We were talking about the autumn and you said your mother made this in October and you hadn't had it since the last time you visited, which was over a year ago. She looked at her. Dianne was already looking back. This was the thing about Dianne, the thing that had undone her slowly and completely over the past months, the thing she had been not naming for so long that naming it now felt not like revelation but like finally saying out loud the word that had been in the room for months. Dianne remembered. She remembered the specific things that people said when they were not performing being known but were actually being known, the things you said in passing that you did not expect anyone to retain, that were small and private and belonged to you in the way that the things you didn't think to protect were most entirely yours. She had mentioned the lamb once. 3 weeks ago. In passing. Dianne had made the lamb. She stood in the kitchen doorway, she had moved back to the doorway without meaning to, had found herself standing in it with her hand on the frame, and she felt the full weight of the past year arrive in her chest all at once, not as grief, not as wreckage, but as what it was, the specific gravity of a thing that was real. The investigation and the whiteboard and the coffee shop and the floor and the handheld and the phone she had answered and the chair she had sat in all night and the drawer and the mugs and the cardigan and 3 boxes in a car and an empty storage unit and a white album in a donation bin and now this kitchen, this person, this smell. The particular weight of something that had not been arranged. She had not arranged any of it. It had arrived the way real things arrived, sideways, through the specific crisis that was not supposed to produce anything good, assembled piece by piece from materials she had not chosen and would not have chosen and which had turned out to be exactly what she needed. She thought, I love you. She had been thinking it since January. She had been thinking it since the chair. She had been thinking it since the book recommendations and the dinner and the handheld and the phone she had answered and regretted and the door she had stopped standing in the hallway of. Dianne, she said. Dianne looked over her shoulder again, and this time she must have seen something in Mika's face, the composure gone, or whatever composure had become now that it was no longer a performance, the face she had under the face, the one that was only available to very few people and had been available to Dianne for months whether she had intended it or not. She turned the burner to low. She turned from the stove and leaned back against the counter and looked at Mika with the expression she had, the open, patient, no performance expression, the one that said, I am here, I am fully here, you can say whatever the next thing is. I love you, Mika said. She said it simply. She had rehearsed it in the car, on the drive from the storage unit, had run through it several times, and what came out now was shorter and plainer than any version she had rehearsed. It was truer for that. I think I have for a while. Longer than I've been allowing myself to say. Dianne was very still. She had the specific stillness she had when something large was landing, not the stillness of shock, nothing like the first time in the studio, but the stillness of someone receiving a thing they had known was coming and had been patient about and was now allowing to fully arrive. I know, she said. Then, I love you too. She said it the way she said important things, directly, with the warmth that was not strategy but simply who she was. I've been loving you in the background of everything. I just needed time. A breath. And to know it was mine. That it was real and mine and not just the heat of something terrible. That it would still be true on a regular Saturday in January. Is it? Mika asked. Still true? Dianne stepped toward her. She took Mika's face in both hands, the way she did sometimes when she wanted her to hold still and be fully present for something, both palms against her jaw, her thumbs at the edge of her cheekbones, holding her like something she was making sure of. She looked at her, really looked, the thorough patient inventory of someone making absolutely certain, and then she kissed her. Not like the almost moment on the floor, which had been possible and then interrupted. This was the thing itself, slow and deliberate and certain, the kind of kiss that was also a decision, that said, I have thought about this, I am choosing it, I am not choosing it in spite of everything but because of it, because the everything is how I know. When she pulled back she said, it's mine. We're mine. A pause. Ours. Mika laughed. A real one, from somewhere deep and newly unlocked, surprised out of her by the grammatical audacity of it, by the specific Dianne-ness of arriving at ours through mine by way of where, the most circuitous and most honest route. That was grammatically complicated, she said. Shut up, Dianne said, and kissed her again. The lamb was still on the stove, turned to low, patient and unhurried. Outside the city did its Saturday thing. Inside, neither of them was paying any particular attention to it. Chapter 22, Hours. Dianne. She had known, from the moment she heard the key in the lock and the particular quality of quiet that followed it, not the empty quiet of an apartment waiting for a person but the inhabited quiet of someone who had come home and was standing in it for a moment before they moved, that something was different about today. Not bad different. Just different. The specific charge in the air of a day that is preparing to become something. She had kept cooking. She had turned the burner down and stirred the lamb and told herself that she was not going to be the one to name it first, that she had been patient this long and patience was what she was practicing and she was going to keep practicing it. She had been practicing it since the night on the floor and the phone call and the morning in the chair and the months of careful incremental accumulation, the toothbrush and the mug and the drawer she had cleared without announcement and which Mika had filled without announcement and which they had both pretended was simply a practical matter. She had known, for longer than she had been admitting to herself, that she was in love with Mika Calloway. She had known it the way you knew the things you needed to be sure of before you said them out loud, not as revelation but as accumulated certainty, something that became truer with each day rather than arriving all at once. She had been in love before. She knew the difference between the warm, unexamined love that she had given to Jerome, the love that was real but had been given without looking at who was receiving it, without asking whether the shape of the thing fit the person she was, and this. This was the love of someone who had looked. Who had sat across a whiteboard and on a kitchen floor and in a hospital chair at 2:17 in the morning and looked, each time, at exactly the person who was there, and had found that the looking only made it more. And then Mika had come in from the storage unit and stood in the kitchen doorway. She had seen it in her face before Mika said a word. The composure was not gone, it would never be entirely gone, it was built into Mika's architecture in a way that was simply her, not a flaw to be corrected but a feature to be understood, and Dianne had come to understand it as such. But the composure had shifted to something more transparent. The face she had when she stopped organizing and simply was, open, not unguarded exactly but genuinely present, the way she was in the earliest morning or very late at night when the management function was tired and the real thing underneath it came to the surface. She had said, "I love you." Simply. Without armor. The plainest version of the truth, which Dianne had come to understand, was how Mika said the things she was most certain of, not elaborately, not surrounded by conditions, just the sentence on its own, trusting its own weight. Dianne had stood against the counter and felt it arrive in her chest and she had said, "I know." And then she had said the rest of it, the loving in the background, the needing time, the needing to know it was hers and real and not just the wreckage wearing love's face, and she had meant all of it and had also known, saying it, that it had been true for long enough that the test of time was no longer the question. She had taken Mika's face in both hands. She had kissed her. She had been thinking about kissing her since the floor of the apartment months ago, since the hand held and the moment that had been interrupted, since every subsequent evening they had spent in this apartment building the careful incremental life of two people who knew what they were doing and were choosing to do it at the pace it needed. She had thought about it and not moved toward it, because the timing had to be right and the timing had to be right in a specific way, not just the external timing, the divorce paperwork and the lawyers and the settled practicalities, but the internal timing, the knowledge that what she was reaching for was hers and chosen and not borrowed from grief. This was hers. She had been sure of it for long enough. The kiss was slow and deliberate and said the things that she had been not saying for months, and Mika's hands had come up to hold her by the elbows in the specific careful way she had with things she was making sure of, and when they pulled apart they were both still for a moment, foreheads not quite touching, the space between them warm and small and entirely different from what it had been an hour ago. That was grammatically complicated, Mika said. She laughed. She was crying a little too, which she had not planned but which was simply her body's honest response to arriving somewhere she had been traveling toward for a long time. Mika touched her face, just the edge of it, 2 fingers along her jaw, and looked at her with the expression she had when she was not managing, when she was simply in it. "Shut up," Dianne said, and kissed her again. After, they were in the kitchen, which was where they had always been most honestly themselves. The kitchen was the room where the formality never settled, where their particular rhythm had been built, the cooking and the sitting at the table with the wobbly leg and the conversations that went all the way down. Mika turned the burner back up. She did this without asking, which meant she had been paying attention to the lamb, which was so entirely Mika, noticing the practical thing in the middle of a declaration, attending to what needed attending to, that Dianne felt a wave of affection for it, for the specific way this person was built. They ate at the small kitchen table with the wobbly leg. They talked about small things. This was, she thought, the gift of having gotten here through the particular path they had gotten here through. The conversation was easy. Not because they had run out of hard things to say but because they had said enough of them that the small things were now safe, now genuinely welcome, the relief of a conversation that did not need to carry the weight of everything unsaid. Mika told her about the storage unit. She told it in the way she told things when she was not performing them, precisely, and with the dry observations that Dianne had learned were her version of emotional testimony, the specific details she chose to notice standing in for the feeling she was working her way toward. The concrete floor. The smell. The boxes with the neat labels. Cole's face in the photographs, genuinely happy. What did you do with it? She asked. The album. Put it in the donation bin. Was that hard? Mika considered this. No, she said. It was a relief. Not because it was painful to look at. More like setting something down that I had been carrying without realizing I was carrying it. A pause. It was a true thing. It deserved to go somewhere it was wanted. Dianne looked at her across the table. She thought, this is the person. This is the specific, particular, infuriating and extraordinary person who arrived at my studio and said we have a problem and sat across from me in a coffee shop and would not leave and rebuilt a life beside mine piece by piece and is now sitting at my table telling me that a wedding album deserved to be wanted. What? Mika said. Nothing. She picked up her wine. I'm just looking at you. You always say that. Nothing. When it's clearly something. It's something small. Tell me. She put her glass down. I'm glad you came to the studio, she said. That day. I'm glad you showed up. Mika was quiet for a moment. I'm glad you let me in. You didn't give me much choice. You always had a choice. She looked at her. I know, she said. That's why I'm glad. They talked about a film Dianne wanted to see. They talked about whether they needed new towels, Dianne's were starting to fray, which Mika had noticed and mentioned with the specificity of someone who had been keeping track of the infrastructure of the apartment with the same focused attention she brought to everything, which Dianne found both slightly alarming and deeply reassuring. They talked about calling their mothers. They talked about the plant. We should get one, Dianne said. A plant. Something for the apartment. It feels like the right time for something living. Mika gave her the look she had for Dianne's more associative leaps, not dismissive, just requiring a moment to catch up. Something low maintenance, she said, finally. We're not home enough for something that needs constant attention. We're home most evenings. That's not the same as being attentive. We could manage something that needs a little looking after, Dianne said. Mika looked at her across the table. Something shifted in her expression, the adjacent to a smile expression, the one that had come to mean so much more to Dianne than a smile would have, because it was the expression you only got when you knew someone well enough to read what their face was doing rather than what they were performing with it. Yeah, Mika said. I think we probably could. After dinner Dianne washed the dishes and Mika dried them, which was the rhythm they had fallen into and which Dianne loved with the specific love she had for things that had become theirs through use rather than decision, the rituals that accumulated without being appointed. Mika dried everything with her characteristic thoroughness and stacked it with the slight over-precision that was simply her relationship to objects, which Dianne had long since stopped finding funny because she had started finding it endearing, which was the progression of all things. Someone put music on. She did not remember doing it. She looked at Mika, who was stacking plates with the focused attention of someone who was elsewhere slightly, and Mika looked back and said I didn't put it on and she said I didn't either and they both looked at the speaker on the counter as if it had produced music of its own volition, which was not possible, which was also not the point. The music was low and unhurried. Something without a voice, just instruments, something that moved without demanding attention. She did not know when the washing and drying stopped. She became aware, at some point, that they were standing in the kitchen with their hands still faintly damp and the dish towel abandoned on the counter, and they were swaying. Not deciding to sway, just swaying, the way people moved when music was playing and they were in close enough proximity and their bodies understood something their minds hadn't gotten to yet. Mika's hand was at her waist. Her hand was at Mika's shoulder. They swayed in the kitchen with the music going low around them and outside the city did what cities did, someone honked, somewhere, a door. The ambient continuous sound of lives being lived at a remove, and inside none of that was particularly important. She thought about what she wanted to say. There was a great deal she could say. She was a person who had many words available, who could locate the language for most things, who had always believed that saying the real thing out loud gave it its proper shape. But she found, standing in the kitchen swaying with Mika's hand at her waist and the music playing and the city going on outside, that she did not want to say anything. That there was a kind of fullness here that words would only approximate, and approximation felt like a reduction. She let it be full. She let it be exactly the size it was. Mika pressed her forehead to Dianne's shoulder and closed her eyes, and Dianne rested her cheek against the top of her head, and they stayed like that for a while, just that. Not because they had run out of things to say. Because some things were better said this way, by the staying, the continuing, the quiet fact of two people who had chosen each other at the bottom of the worst year of either of their lives and were still choosing, in the kitchen, on a Saturday in January, with the music going and the lamb pot still warm on the stove and the wobbly table behind them and the drawer full of small accumulated things. She thought about her brother. He had been 17 when their father cut him off. She had been 20, and she had stayed, and tried to mediate, and failed, and he had gone and rebuilt his life without their father, which had taken years and had been real and hard and had produced a person she was enormously proud of and had not called in too long, because calling him required explaining herself, required closing the distance that had accumulated in the years she had been being exactly what everyone needed her to be, and that distance had felt, for a long time, like the cost of being too much. She had been too much her whole life. She was not too much now. She lifted her head from Mika's shoulder. Mika looked up. "I need to call my brother," Dianne said. Mika looked at her. The expression was the open, present one, not asking for explanation, just attending. "Okay," she said. "Tomorrow morning. First thing." "Okay." She thought about what she was going to say to him. Not much, probably. The logistics of a call she had been avoiding would need to be navigated first, the preamble, the establishing of contact after too long. She would not explain everything on the phone. She would say, "I have something to tell you." He would say, "Tell me." That would be enough to start. The music was still playing. She turned her face back to Mika's shoulder, and Mika's arm came around her, and the swaying resumed, and she thought about her brother and thought about her father and thought about the story she had internalized at 20, the one that said love required you to make yourself acceptable, and she thought, that story is over. She was not making herself acceptable. She was making herself actual. She was, finally, simply Dianne, whoever that was turning out to be, and the person in her arms was the person who had arrived like a demolition and stayed like a foundation, and the music was playing, and the city was outside, and inside it was warm and entirely, entirely theirs. She closed her eyes. Chapter 23, The Door. Outside, the city did what cities did. Someone honked. A dog barked, briefly, and was answered by nothing. The light through the kitchen window moved from gold to blue to the particular dense dark of a winter night that had settled in without ceremony, the way winter nights did. Inside, the lamp in the corner was on, low and warm. The dish towel was on the counter where someone had left it. The pot on the stove was cooling. The music had stopped at some point, or perhaps someone had turned it off, or perhaps it had simply been playing for so long that the silence had eased in underneath it without being noticed. The table in the kitchen had a wobble in its left rear leg. It had always had a wobble. It would continue to have one. No one was going to fix it. On every surface, books. Not arranged, not organized by height or color or any logic visible to an outside eye, but organized in the way of a person who knew exactly where everything was because she had put it there herself, and a second person who had stopped moving the books back and had started leaving her own among them, and now the books were simply the books, theirs, on every surface. The picture frames on the wall were slightly crooked. No one had straightened them. The door to the apartment was closed. It had been closed for hours. Outside it was the hallway and the elevator and the beige lobby and the city with its continuous and indifferent life. Inside it was the lamp and the books and the table with the wobble and two women who had found each other at the bottom of the worst year of their lives and had chosen, in increments and then all at once, to stay. This was not the life either of them had planned. This was better. The door to the apartment was closed. It had been closed for hours. It was, finally, a room that was only theirs, no one else's expectations, no one else's definition of what two people were supposed to look like when they loved each other, no performance of the life they were supposed to want. Just this. Just them. Just the lamp going warm in the corner and the table with the wobble and the small extraordinary fact of having arrived here, together, from the particular wreckage they had arrived from. The door stayed closed. The room stayed theirs. Epilogue, low maintenance. 6 months later, they were in a plant shop arguing about a fern. Mika. The shop was on a street she had driven past without registering for most of the time she'd lived in this city, the kind of small specialist shop that was either precisely what you needed or entirely irrelevant depending on the current state of your life. Today it was precisely what they needed. Today it smelled like soil and green things and the particular freshness of somewhere that took growing seriously. It needs misting, Dianne said, holding the fern with the careful attention she brought to most things she was considering. Every day? Most days. We're not home most days. We're home most evenings. That's not the same as being available to mist a fern at the correct interval. She looked at the fern. The fern was, she had to admit, a very good fern. She was not going to admit this yet. What about that one? She pointed to a plant on the lower shelf, broader leafed, sturdier in appearance. Dianne looked at it. Pot hose. Is that good or bad? It's indestructible. You can ignore it for 2 weeks and it survives. That sounds ideal. It's not very interesting, though. Plants don't need to be interesting, Dianne. They need to be alive. Dianne set the fern down with the careful respect she had for things she had decided not to take home. She picked up the pot hose, examined it, set it back. She moved along the shelf with the considering eye she brought to spaces and objects, the instinct she had for what belonged where. She paused in front of something that was neither the fern nor the pot hose but was something else, a plant that was medium in size and had leaves that were a deep, specific green and which had, attached to its small stake, a care label that said, moderate light, water weekly, occasional pruning. This one, Dianne said. Mika looked at the care label. It requires pruning. Occasional pruning. That's minimal intervention. It's still intervention. Everything worth keeping requires a little intervention. She picked it up. We can manage occasional pruning. She looked at the plant in Dianne's hands. She thought about the wobbly table they had never fixed and the books on every surface and the drawer full of accumulated things and the picture frames they had both stopped noticing were crooked. She thought about 6 months of Saturday mornings that had become, without announcement, the best part of her week. She thought about the lamb recipe and the chair and the drawer and the toothbrush and every small incremental thing that had added up to the life they were currently living, which was imperfect and specific and entirely theirs. Okay, she said. Okay? Get the plant, Dianne. Dianne got the plant. She carried it to the register with the particular satisfaction of someone who had made the right call and knew it, which was an expression Mika had learned to recognize and had stopped finding anything other than completely correct, because Dianne's instincts were, in the aggregate, extremely good. Dianne. The gathering was Seb's idea, which in retrospect said everything you needed to know about Seb. It was framed as a housewarming. He had moved flats in March, which was true, and had also clearly decided that the best way to handle the specific social geometry of a room that would contain both of his now former friends' ex-wives and his now current friends' mutual life together was to put everyone in the same room and let the evening sort it out. This was a very Seb approach. She had expected to find it more alarming in practice than it was. In practice it was mostly fine. Jerome and Cole arrived together, which she had known they would and which she had prepared herself for and which, when it happened, was fine. Real, and complicated in the way real things were complicated, and also, fine. Jerome looked well. He looked like a person who had put down something very heavy and was still getting used to the lightness. Cole stood beside him with the easy warmth he had always had and looked across the room at Mika with the expression of someone who was genuinely glad she was standing where she was standing, which she thought said something real about him. She had complicated feelings about Cole. Not hatred, she had never gotten there, had tried once or twice in the early weeks and found it didn't fit. Something more like the understanding you had for a person who had been wrong and knew it and was trying to be exactly who they were now, no more concealment. She understood that. She was doing it herself. Jerome found her after 20 minutes. He looked at her with the careful, honest expression she had always known under his composure, the face he saved for small rooms. "You look well," he said. "I am," she said. A pause. "I heard you found a new studio. 2 months ago. Better light. Good." He looked at his hands, briefly. Then back up. "Dianne. I know," she said. "I know you are." She meant it. She had been working on this, not forgiving him easily, but forgiving him honestly, which was a different thing, which took longer and cost more and was also the only version worth doing. "Jerome." She waited until he looked at her. "I hope you're happy." "I mean that." He held her gaze for a moment. "I am," he said. "Very good," she said. "That's actually good." And she meant it, which was, she thought, the real test of how far she had come. Gia found her in the kitchen. Gia arrived into rooms the way weather arrived, suddenly, with full commitment, and leaving the air changed. She was in the kitchen pouring wine with the proprietorial ease of someone who had decided that Seb's kitchen was sufficiently close to her kitchen for this purpose, and when she saw Dianne she pointed with the bottle. "You," she said. "Me," Dianne agreed. "You look disgustingly happy." "I'm going to take that as a compliment." "It is one." Gia filled a glass and handed it to her. "Is she treating you well?" "Don't say yes automatically. Think about it." She remembered something I said 3 weeks ago and made a thing about it for dinner. "Last Saturday." Gia looked at her for a moment. "Okay," she said. "I believe you." She picked up her own glass. "She's going to try to convince you, at some point, that she's not worth the trouble. It's what she does. She's been doing it since university." "I know. You don't let her." "I know that too." She looked at Gia with the directness she had always had, the eye contact she never broke when she was saying something she meant. "She's the most worth it person I've ever known. I intend to keep telling her so until she believes it." Gia looked at her for a long moment. "Good," she said. "Then, you're good for her. Don't let her convince you otherwise." "I won't." She held up her glass. Dianne held up hers. They clinked, which was not a formal toast but was its own kind of ceremony, the specific ceremony of two women who loved the same person in entirely different ways and had found, against the odds, that they liked each other. Seb found her near the end of the evening, hovering near the door in the way he hovered when he was working up to saying something. "I've been meaning to say," he said. "You don't have to, Seb." "No, I know I don't. I want to." He looked at her with the genuine, helpless sincerity he had, the specific British discomfort of a man who was feeling something and had run out of deflections. I'm glad it worked out. For both of you. Mika and you. And them." He gestured vaguely across the room toward Jerome and Cole. "I introduced them, 3 years ago. At a work thing. I thought nothing of it." "I know," she said. "I've been thinking about that a lot. Seb." She touched his arm, briefly. "You introduced two people who loved each other. That's all you did. Everything else was already going to happen." She paused. "And it led to me, which I'm fairly happy about." He blinked. That's remarkably generous." "It's accurate." She smiled at him. "Stop feeling guilty. You're clearly terrible at it and it's exhausting to watch." He laughed, the relieved laugh of someone who had been holding something heavy and had just been told they could put it down. "Right," he said. "Yes. Brilliant. Thank you." She found Mika by the window. She was standing with her drink, watching the room with the quality she had, the observer's position, slightly outside the flow of things, taking inventory. She was wearing the dark green dress that Dianne had told her once she looked remarkable in, and she had worn it tonight without mentioning that she remembered being told, which was exactly the kind of thing she did. She turned when Dianne arrived beside her, and her expression moved into the thing it did when it was Dianne specifically, the slight ease, the quality of someone whose face knew it was safe. "How was Gia?" Mika said. "Characteristic. She told me you tried to convince me you weren't worth the trouble. She's been saying that for 13 years. She's not wrong." Mika looked at her. "No," she said. "She's usually not." They stood by the window and watched the room, Jerome and Cole in conversation with someone she didn't know, Seb recovering from whatever he had said to Jerome with the specific dignity of a man who was almost definitely going to tell this story at his own expense for the next decade, Gia holding court near the drinks with two people who had clearly just met her and were already slightly overwhelmed. The ordinary chaos of a room of people who were, in various ways and with various degrees of complication, trying. "Ready to go?" Dianne said. "Yes," Mika said, without hesitation. They said goodbye to Seb, who hugged them both, which was not something he usually did and which he managed with the slightly startled expression of someone who had decided to be more physically demonstrative and was still calibrating. They said goodbye to Gia, who did not hug Mika because she never hugged Mika in public on principle, but who said something in her ear that made Mika roll her eyes and also, privately, smile. They said goodbye to Jerome and Cole at the door, and Jerome said, "Take care of yourselves," and Cole said, "You look happy, Mika," and Mika said, "I am," and meant it in the plain and total way she was learning to mean things. They walked home. It was the kind of spring evening that remembered winter but had mostly let it go, cool but not cold, the air with that particular freshness of a season changing, the city doing its evening thing in the specific way it did in April when the light stayed longer than it had any right to and everything looked, briefly, like a promise. Mika took her hand on the second block. Not reaching for it, not the tentative quality of the first time, just taking it, their fingers adjusting to each other with the ease of things that had found their fit. She thought about the first time, in the apartment on the floor, the way she had turned her hand over. She thought about all the distances they had crossed to get to the uncomplicated ease of walking down a street in April holding hands. It was a very ordinary thing. It was, she thought, the best possible kind of ordinary. Mika. On a Sunday morning in May, she watered the plant. She was up before Dianne, which was usual. She had made her peace with the body's renegotiated relationship with sleep, 4 or 5 hours being sufficient, the early morning being simply hers before it became theirs, a small personal interval she had come to value in the way she valued most things she had stopped trying to manage. The apartment was not immaculate. This was also usual. This was, she thought, simply what a lived-in apartment looked like, Dianne's books on every surface, in the non-system that was its own system, a blanket on the couch that neither of them had chosen together, that had appeared from somewhere and stayed, the plant on the windowsill with the dish of water beneath it and the occasional prune stem in the small glass on the counter that Dianne had decided was worth saving. The kitchen table, still wobbling. The picture frames, still slightly crooked. She filled the watering can from the tap. She watered the plant with the careful attention she brought to things she was tending, which was different from the attention she brought to things she was managing, less about control, more about presence. The plant had thrived, which had surprised her and then had not surprised her, because Dianne was right that they could manage something that needed a little looking after and she had been right that it would be more interesting than the alternative. She set the watering can down. She looked at the picture frame on the wall. It was crooked. It had been crooked for months. She had noticed it the first time it was crooked and had watched herself notice it and had watched herself not reach for it, which had required, the first several times, a specific and conscious effort, the deliberate choice to leave the imperfect thing imperfect. It required less effort now. One day she had simply stopped noticing it and had not noticed, until now, that she had stopped noticing. She looked at it. She did not straighten it. She put the coffee on. She stood at the counter while it brewed and she looked out at the street, the city on a Sunday morning, slower, softer, the particular quality of light that suggested everyone had agreed to begin a little later. The same quality she had stood in a year ago, in an immaculate apartment, with a coffee precisely prepared and a phone face, down on the counter and a life she had organized so carefully that she had forgotten to be in it. She poured 2 cups. She set Dianne's on the bedside table, where it would be when she woke up, and she took hers to the chair by the window, the good chair, the one with the morning light, and she sat down and picked up the book from the side table, which was one of Diane's recommendations, which she was reading without deciding in advance whether she would like it, which was a practice she was still getting better at. She found her page. She read. Outside, the man with the very old dog walked past, and someone upstairs was playing music, and the city was doing its Sunday thing. Inside it was warm and quiet and full of the particular quality of a life being lived in it, the books and the blanket and the plant on the windowsill and the coffee going warm in her hand and, from the bedroom, the specific silence of someone still sleeping that was different from the silence of an empty room in every way that mattered. She was, she thought, not fine. She was much better than fine. She read 3 sentences. She understood all of them. She turned the page.